Welcome to Medieval Chronicles 1066. Today we explore the Viking raid on Lindisfarne and the dawn of the Viking Age. In the year 793 AD, the peaceful shores of Lindisfarne, an island off the northeast coast of England, were forever scarred by an event that would mark the beginning of the Viking Age. The tranquil life of the monks at Lindisfarne Priory was shattered by a sudden and brutal raid. To understand this raid, we must first look to the Norsemen, or Vikings, from Scandinavia. Originating from what is now Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, the Vikings were known for their seafaring skills and fierce warrior culture. Advanced shipbuilding techniques allowed them to navigate the open seas and rivers with ease, setting out from their homelands in search of wealth, land, and glory. On June 8, 793 AD, a fleet of these formidable longships approached the holy island of Lindisfarne. Known for their speed and agility, Viking longships could carry warriors swiftly across the North Sea and navigate shallow waters to reach inland targets. The monks, dedicated to their religious duties, were unprepared for the storm of violence that was about to descend upon them. Lindisfarne was more than just a monastery. It was founded in 635 AD by Irish monk Saint Aidan and became a center of learning and spirituality. Its library housed precious manuscripts, and its monks were known for producing beautifully illuminated texts like the Lindisfarne Gospels. The monastery served as a hub of education and spiritual guidance for the surrounding community. But all this was brutally interrupted. The Vikings stormed the island, killing many of the monks and capturing others to be sold as slaves. They plundered the monastery, seizing treasures of gold, silver, and religious artifacts. Contemporary accounts, like the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, describe the Vikings as pagans who desecrated sacred sites, which shocked and horrified Christian Europe. Remarkably, some of the most treasured items, including the Lindisfarne Gospels, survived this violent episode. Produced around 715 to 720 AD, these texts are considered masterpieces of Anglo-Saxon art, blending Christian themes with traditional Celtic and Anglo-Saxon elements. They stand as a testament to the cultural and artistic achievements of the monks. The raid on Lindisfarne sent shockwaves throughout Europe. It marked the beginning of a series of Viking invasions that would span centuries, influencing the political and cultural landscape of medieval Europe. Lindisfarne remains a place of pilgrimage and historical interest. The ruins of the priory, now a tourist site, attract visitors who come to appreciate its historical and spiritual significance. The Vikings established settlements, traded, and integrated into the cultures they encountered. Their legacy is complex, marked by both destruction and cultural exchange. Viking artifacts, including weapons, tools, and jewelry, provide insights into their daily life, craftsmanship, and trading networks. Today, the story of Lindisfarne and the Vikings is preserved through archaeological finds and historical records. Museums such as the British Museum and the National Museum of Denmark house extensive Viking collections, providing a glimpse into a time when the clash of cultures reshaped the world. The raid on Lindisfarne was not an isolated incident. It was followed by numerous Viking incursions across Europe. Notable raids include the sacking of the monastery at Iona in 795 AD, the attacks on the Frankish Empire in the 9th century, and the infamous siege of Paris in 845 AD. These raids were characterized by their ferocity and strategic cunning, often targeting wealthy and poorly defended monastic communities. Beyond raiding, the Vikings established extensive trade networks and settlements. They founded the city of Dublin in 841 AD, and their influence stretched from the British Isles to the Byzantine Empire. The Vikings were not only warriors but also skilled traders, farmers, and artisans. Their ships carried goods such as furs, amber, and slaves across vast distances, facilitating cultural exchanges and economic growth. Archaeological discoveries continue to shed light on the Viking way of life. Excavations of Viking longhouses, burial sites, and hordes have revealed much about their social structure, religious beliefs, and daily activities. For instance, the Osberg ship burial in Norway, discovered in 1904, provided a wealth of artifacts that illustrated the complexity and sophistication of Viking society. Today, Viking heritage is celebrated through reenactments and festivals across Europe and North America. These events bring history to life, allowing people to experience Viking culture firsthand. They highlight the enduring fascination with the Vikings and their impact on world history. Lindisfarne stands as a poignant reminder of a pivotal moment in history, when the shores of a holy island became the stage for the dawn of the Viking Age. A time of fear and change, but also of enduring legacy. The lasting impact of the Viking Age is seen in the cultural exchanges and integration that followed their raids, influencing regions as far-flung as Eastern Europe and even North America. Thank you for joining us on this journey through history. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share, and subscribe to Medieval Chronicles 1066 for more stories from the past.
The Baptism of Thousands by St. Augustine of Canterbury on Christmas Day, 597. The event of 597, when St. Augustine of Canterbury baptized thousands of Anglo-Saxons on Christmas Day, stands as a pivotal moment in the Christianization of England. This event, steeped in historical and spiritual significance, marked a transformative chapter in English history, blending faith, politics, and culture to lay the foundations for a Christianized Britain. The mission of St. Augustine. St. Augustine's mission to England was initiated by Pope Gregory I, later known as Gregory the Great, who recognized the religious and political importance of converting the Anglo-Saxons. Inspired by tales of the Angles' beauty and the perceived need to save their souls, Gregory dispatched Augustine and a team of missionaries to the distant isle. Arriving in 597, Augustine's mission faced the daunting task of spreading Christianity among a people deeply rooted in pagan traditions. Augustine's efforts were greatly aided by the political climate. Ethelbert, King of Kent, who ruled a kingdom already exposed to Christianity through his Frankish wife, Queen Bertha, played a critical role. Bertha was a devout Christian, and her influence opened doors for Augustine's mission. Ethelbert's subsequent conversion to Christianity set a powerful example for his subjects and paved the way for Augustine's work. The Christmas Day Baptisms. According to historical accounts, the mass baptism took place in Canterbury, likely at or near the site of the current Canterbury Cathedral. This act was significant not only in scale, but also in timing. Christmas Day, a date imbued with Christian meaning as the celebration of Christ's birth, underscored the spiritual rebirth of the newly baptized individuals. The symbolism of light overcoming darkness resonated with the Anglo-Saxon audience, many of whom associated the winter solstice with renewal and hope. The event saw thousands of individuals, ranging from nobles to commoners, enter the Christian fold. This large-scale conversion was not merely a religious milestone, but a profound cultural shift. Baptism symbolized a new allegiance to Christian values and ecclesiastical authority, influencing laws, governance, and societal norms for generations to come. Historical and cultural impact. The baptism of thousands signaled the beginning of a widespread transformation of Anglo-Saxon England. While the initial conversions were often politically motivated, leaders saw strategic advantages in aligning with the Christian Church. This foundational event catalyzed a deeper integration of Christian doctrine into English life. Over the subsequent decades, monasteries, churches, and schools were established, fostering literacy, art, and scholarship rooted in Christian theology. The legacy of Augustine's work extended beyond religion. His mission was a precursor to England's development as a unified Christian nation. By linking the burgeoning English identity with the Roman Church, Augustine's mission facilitated cultural and political ties with continental Europe. The mass baptism on Christmas Day in 597 epitomizes the confluence of faith, leadership, and historical destiny. It marked the beginning of the Christianization of England, setting a course for the nation's spiritual and cultural evolution. St. Augustine's legacy endures not only in the institutions he established, but also in the enduring Christian identity that became integral to English history. Thanks for listening. Like, comment, and subscribe to Medieval Chronicles 1066 for more journeys back to the Middle Ages. Stay curious. St. Paulinus of York, the missionary who brought Christianity to northern England. St. Paulinus of York, a revered figure in early medieval English history, played a crucial role in the Christianization of northern England. Born in Rome in the late 6th century, Paulinus was a member of the Gregorian mission, which Pope Gregory the Great sent to England to convert the pagan Anglo-Saxons. His missionary work in Northumbria laid the foundation for the establishment of the Christian Church in the region, and his influence is still felt today in the ecclesiastical history of England. Early life and mission to England. Very little is known about Paulinus's early life before his arrival in England. He was likely educated as a monk in Rome and chosen by Pope Gregory I for his piety and learning to accompany Augustine of Canterbury's mission to England in 601 AD. This mission aimed to bring Christianity to the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, which had reverted to paganism following the collapse of Roman authority in the 5th century. Paulinus was dispatched as part of a secondary wave of missionaries sent to reinforce Augustine's efforts in the south of England. In 625 AD, Paulinus was consecrated as a bishop and was sent north to the kingdom of Northumbria, accompanying Ethelberg, the Christian princess of Kent, who was to marry King Edwin of Northumbria. This marriage was strategically important, as it provided an opportunity for Paulinus to establish a Christian presence in a kingdom that remained predominantly pagan. His role as both a spiritual advisor to Ethelberg and a missionary to Edwin's court became a cornerstone in the spread of Christianity in the north. Conversion of King Edwin and Northumbria. Paulinus's efforts were rewarded when, in 627 AD, King Edwin converted to Christianity, influenced by Paulinus's teachings and the reported miraculous events surrounding their encounter. The conversion took place at the royal palace in Goodmanham, and soon after, Edwin was baptized on Easter Day in a small wooden church that Paulinus had built in York. This event marked a turning point in the religious history of Northumbria, as the king's conversion led many nobles and commoners to embrace the new faith. Paulinus continued his missionary work across Northumbria, establishing churches and baptizing converts along the River Trent, as well as in regions that are now part of modern Yorkshire and Lincolnshire. His work laid the groundwork for the establishment of the Diocese of York, where he served as its first bishop. Paulinus's legacy is closely tied to the city of York, which later became one of the most important ecclesiastical centres in England. Legacy and impact. St. Paulinus's tenure in Northumbria was relatively short-lived, as political upheaval following King Edwin's death in 633 AD forced him to flee back to Kent. Despite this setback, his mission was not in vain. He had laid the foundation for the Christian Church in Northumbria, and his disciples continued his work, ensuring the survival and growth of the faith in the region. Paulinus was later canonized for his efforts, and he is remembered as one of the great pioneering missionaries of England. St. Paulinus of York's life exemplifies the dedication and perseverance required to establish Christianity in a hostile environment. His legacy endures in the venerable institutions he founded and in the countless individuals he inspired to embrace a new faith, making him a pivotal figure in the Christianization of Northern England. Thanks for listening. Like and comment. And please subscribe, as that will help us get more videos out to those interested in the Middle Ages. See you next time on Medieval Chronicles 1066. Stay curious.
Why were the lives of medieval English nuns enigmatic? The lives of medieval English nuns offer a rich tapestry of religious devotion, intellectual pursuit, and social influence, often overlooked in broader historical narratives. These women, who dedicated their lives to the service of God, navigated complex spiritual and temporal worlds. The monastic life provided medieval English women with opportunities for education, leadership, and artistic expression, contrasting sharply with the limited roles available to women in secular society. Let's explore the multifaceted existence of medieval English nuns, examining their daily routines, spiritual practices, educational contributions, and societal roles within the broader context of medieval English society. The path to monastic life. The decision to enter a convent during the medieval period in England was influenced by various factors, including religious devotion, familial arrangements, and social status. Many young women were placed in convents by their families to ensure their spiritual well-being or as a strategy for social and economic advancement. Noble families often viewed the convent as a respectable alternative to marriage, particularly for daughters who were not in line for significant inheritances. Religious calling remained a powerful motivator for many women. Personal piety, visions, and mystical experiences often led women to seek the contemplative life. Saints such as Hildegard of Bingen and Clare of Assisi, though not English, exemplify the profound spiritual motivations that drove women across Europe to the convent. In England, figures like Saint Hilda of Whitby set early precedents for strong female leadership in religious communities. Daily life and spiritual practices. The daily life of a medieval English nun was governed by the rule of Saint Benedict or similar monastic regulations, emphasizing prayer, work, and study. The Divine Office, a series of prayers recited at specific times throughout the day and night, structured the nuns' daily routines. This practice, known as the Liturgy of the Hours, was central to the spiritual life of the convent, fostering a rhythm of devotion and contemplation. Apart from prayer, nuns engaged in various forms of manual labor and intellectual activities. Convents were often self-sustaining communities, requiring nuns to participate in agricultural work, textile production, and other forms of labor. This work was considered a form of worship, aligning with the Benedictine ideal of pray and work. Intellectual pursuits also played a significant role in the lives of medieval English nuns. Many convents housed scriptoria, where nuns copied and illuminated manuscripts. This work not only preserved religious and classical texts, but also provided nuns with opportunities for learning and creative expression. The production of manuscripts, often adorned with intricate illuminations, reflects the nuns' artistic talents and theological insights. Education and intellectual contributions. Medieval English convents served as centers of learning and scholarship, offering education to both nuns and laywomen. The curriculum in these convent schools typically included instruction in Latin, theology, philosophy, and the liberal arts. This education equipped nuns with the skills necessary for administrative duties within the convent and enabled them to contribute to the intellectual life of the church. Prominent figures such as Hrotsvitha of Gandersheim and Hildegard of Bingen, though not English, exemplify the intellectual achievements of medieval nuns. In England, Julian of Norwich stands out as a significant mystical writer. Her work, Revelations of Divine Love, is the earliest surviving book in the English language known to be authored by a woman. Julian's theological insights and contemplative life reflect the vibrant intellectual and spiritual culture within English convents. The abbeys and priories in medieval England, such as the Benedictine Abbey of St. Mary in York, were renowned for their scholarly activities. These institutions preserved and transmitted knowledge through the meticulous copying of manuscripts and the production of theological, philosophical, and scientific texts. The intellectual contributions of English nuns were integral to the broader cultural and educational landscape of medieval England. Artistic expression and patronage. Artistic expression flourished within medieval English convents, with nuns contributing to the creation of religious art, music, and literature. The production of illuminated manuscripts, often featuring elaborate miniatures and decorative elements, reflects the nuns' artistic talents and spiritual devotion. These manuscripts served both liturgical and educational purposes, enriching the spiritual life of the convent and the broader community. Nuns also played a significant role in the composition and performance of sacred music. The development of Gregorian chant and polyphony within convents highlights the musical contributions of medieval nuns. In England, convents such as the Abbey of St. Mary's in Winchester were known for their musical traditions, with nuns composing and performing liturgical music that continues to be celebrated for its beauty and spiritual depth. In addition to creating art, nuns often acted as patrons, commissioning works of art and architecture for their convents. Wealthy abbesses and prioresses utilized their resources to enhance the spiritual and aesthetic environment of their communities. The construction and decoration of convent churches, cloisters, and chapels reflect the nuns' commitment to creating spaces conducive to worship and contemplation. Social roles and influence. While the primary focus of a nun's life was spiritual, medieval English nuns also played crucial roles within their communities. Convents often served as centers of social welfare, providing education, healthcare, and charity to the surrounding population. Nuns operated schools for girls, hospitals, and infirmaries, extending their influence beyond the cloister walls. Abbesses and prioresses wielded significant administrative and spiritual authority within their convents and the broader church. As leaders of their communities, they oversaw the spiritual and temporal affairs of the convent, managing its lands, finances, and personnel. Some abbesses, such as those of the powerful Fontevraud Abbey in France, commanded extensive territories and held considerable political influence. In England, abbesses like those of Barking Abbey were influential figures in both ecclesiastical and secular affairs. The involvement of nuns in ecclesiastical and secular affairs is exemplified by figures like Abbess Matilda of Quedlinburg, who played a prominent role in the politics of the Holy Roman Empire, and closer to home, figures like Christina of Marquiate, whose spiritual leadership and ascetic practices attracted followers and enhanced the reputation of her convent. Challenges and controversies. The lives of medieval English nuns were not without challenges and controversies. The imposition of stricter enclosure rules in the 13th and 14th centuries, influenced by the reforms of Pope Boniface VIII and later the Council of Trent, significantly restricted the freedom of nuns and limited their interactions with the outside world. These regulations aimed to preserve the spiritual purity of the nuns, but often led to tensions and resistance within convents. Financial difficulties also plagued many English convents, particularly those lacking substantial endowments. The need to sustain the community and maintain their buildings often forced nuns to seek support from local benefactors and engage in various forms of economic activity. This reliance on external support sometimes compromised the independence and stability of the convent. Moreover, the suppression of monasteries during the Protestant Reformation under Henry VIII led to the closure and destruction of many English convents. Nuns were displaced, and their communities were dissolved, marking a significant disruption in the religious and social fabric of medieval England. This period saw the loss of many religious and cultural treasures, as well as the displacement of numerous nuns who had dedicated their lives to monastic service. Conclusion. The lives of medieval English nuns were complex and multifaceted, encompassing spiritual devotion, intellectual pursuit, artistic expression, and social influence. As members of religious communities, nuns navigated the demands of monastic life while contributing to the broader cultural and intellectual life of medieval England. Their contributions to education, art, and social welfare reflect their enduring impact on medieval society. Despite the challenges and controversies they faced, medieval English nuns played crucial roles in preserving and advancing religious and cultural traditions. Their lives offer valuable insights into the opportunities and limitations experienced by women in the medieval period, highlighting the diverse ways in which they exercised agency and influence. The enigmatic lives of medieval English nuns continue to inspire and inform our understanding of the medieval world, underscoring the richness and diversity of women's experiences and history. Thanks for listening. Like and comment. And please subscribe, as that will help us get more videos out to those interested in the Middle Ages. See you next time on Medieval Chronicles 1066. Stay curious.
The 1153 death of Bernard of Clairvaux, a pivotal moment in Christian history. Bernard of Clairvaux, a French abbot and theologian, was one of the most influential figures in the medieval Christian world. His death on August 20, 1153, marked the end of an era characterized by fervent religious reform and theological development. Bernard's life and works had a profound impact on the religious and political landscapes of Europe, and his death was seen as a significant loss to Christendom. Let's explore the life, influence, and legacy of Bernard of Clairvaux, with a particular focus on the events leading up to his death and the immediate aftermath. Early life and monastic calling. Bernard was born into a noble family in 1090 in Fontaines-les-Dijon, near Dijon, in Burgundy. From an early age, he displayed a strong inclination toward spirituality and religious devotion. At the age of 22, he joined the Benedictine Abbey of Citeaux, which was known for its strict adherence to the rule of Saint Benedict. Bernard's decision to join Citeaux was significant because the abbey was at the forefront of a reform movement within the Benedictine Order, aimed at returning to the original austerity and simplicity of monastic life. Bernard's charisma and piety soon caught the attention of his superiors, and in 1115, he was sent to found a new abbey at Clairvaux. Under his leadership, Clairvaux quickly became a center of religious reform and spiritual renewal. Bernard's influence extended far beyond the walls of his abbey. He became a leading voice in the Cistercian reform movement and played a key role in the spread of the Cistercian order across Europe. Theological contributions and ecclesiastical influence. Bernard of Clairvaux was not only a monastic reformer but also a formidable theologian. His writings on various aspects of Christian doctrine, particularly on the love of God and the Virgin Mary, had a lasting impact on medieval theology. One of his most famous works, De Diligendo Deo, on loving God, is a profound meditation on the nature of divine love and the human response to it. In this work, Bernard emphasized the importance of loving God for his own sake, rather than for any personal benefit. This emphasis on selfless love became a cornerstone of Christian spirituality in the Middle Ages. Bernard was also deeply involved in the ecclesiastical politics of his time. He was a key figure in the papal schism of 1130, when two rival popes, Innocent II and Anacletus II, were elected. Bernard supported Innocent II and played a crucial role in securing his recognition as the legitimate pope. His involvement in the schism demonstrated his influence not only as a spiritual leader but also as a political actor within the Church. Moreover, Bernard was instrumental in the formation of the Second Crusade, 1147 to 1149. In response to the fall of the county of Edessa to the Muslim forces, Bernard preached fervently in favor of a new crusade to reclaim the Holy Land. Although the Second Crusade ultimately ended in failure, Bernard's role in its promotion underscored his significance as a leader who could mobilize Christendom for a common cause. The final years, challenges and decline. As Bernard aged, he faced numerous challenges, both personal and ecclesiastical. The failure of the Second Crusade was a particularly bitter blow for him. He had invested much of his reputation in the success of the crusade, and its disastrous outcome led to widespread criticism. Bernard, however, attributed the failure not to strategic errors but to the moral failings of the Crusaders themselves, who, in his view, had not been sufficiently pious or committed to the cause. In his later years, Bernard's health began to decline. The rigors of his ascetic lifestyle and the burdens of leadership took a toll on his physical well-being. Despite his deteriorating health, he continued to write and correspond with religious and secular leaders across Europe. His final work, De Consideration, on Consideration, addressed to Pope Eugene III, is a treatise on the responsibilities and challenges of the papacy. In it, Bernard offered advice on how to balance the spiritual and administrative duties of the office, reflecting his deep concern for the health of the Church. The death of Bernard of Clairvaux. Bernard died on August 20, 1153, at the age of 63, in the abbey he had founded at Clairvaux. His death marked the passing of one of the most significant figures in the history of medieval Christianity. The immediate reaction to his death was one of profound grief, not only within the Cistercian order but throughout Christendom. Bernard had been a towering figure, and his loss was deeply felt by both his contemporaries and the generations that followed. The circumstances of Bernard's death are closely tied to his lifelong commitment to asceticism and self-denial. His health had been failing for several years, and by the time of his death, he was physically exhausted. His passing was peaceful, surrounded by his fellow monks, who had been his companions in the monastic life. His death was seen as a fitting end to a life dedicated entirely to God. Legacy and canonization. The legacy of Bernard of Clairvaux is vast and multifaceted. He was canonized by Pope Alexander III in 1174, just 21 years after his death, a testament to the widespread veneration he inspired. Bernard's influence extended far beyond his own time. His writings continue to be studied and revered throughout the Middle Ages and into the modern era. He was declared a Doctor of the Church in 1830 by Pope Pius VIII, an acknowledgement of his profound contributions to Christian theology. One of the most enduring aspects of Bernard's legacy is his devotion to the Virgin Mary. He is often credited with popularizing the Marian devotion that became a central element of medieval piety. His sermons on the Virgin Mary, particularly his interpretation of the Song of Songs, helped shape the medieval Church's understanding of Mary's role in salvation history. Bernard's impact on monasticism was also significant. The Cistercian order, which he helped to reform and expand, became one of the most powerful and widespread monastic orders in Europe. The ideals of simplicity, austerity, and devotion that Bernard championed at Clairvaux became the standard for Cistercian communities across the continent. The impact of Bernard's death on the Church. The death of Bernard of Clairvaux had a profound impact on the Church and the broader Christian world. In many ways, his passing marked the end of a period of intense spiritual and theological fervor within the Church. Bernard had been a central figure in numerous religious and political events, and his absence left a significant void. In the years following his death, the Cistercian order continued to grow, but it also faced challenges. Without Bernard's leadership, the order struggled to maintain the same level of discipline and spiritual rigor. However, his influence remained strong, and many of his disciples and followers continued to propagate his teachings and ideals. The broader Church also felt the loss of Bernard's guiding hand. He had been a unifying force, capable of bridging the gap between different factions within the Church. His ability to mediate conflicts and offer spiritual guidance was sorely missed in the years after his death. The Church, facing new challenges and internal divisions, often looked back to Bernard's example as a model of spiritual leadership. The death of Bernard of Clairvaux in 1153 was a pivotal moment in the history of the medieval Church. Bernard's life and work left an indelible mark on Christian theology, monasticism, and ecclesiastical politics. His death was not just the passing of a great theologian and spiritual leader, it was the end of an era characterized by a profound commitment to religious reform and spiritual renewal. Bernard's legacy continued to influence the Church for centuries after his death. His writings on the love of God, the Virgin Mary, and the responsibilities of Church leaders remained foundational texts for Christian thought. The Cistercian order, which he helped shape, became one of the most important monastic movements in medieval Europe. In reflecting on the death of Bernard of Clairvaux, one is reminded of the enduring power of a life dedicated to faith, discipline, and the pursuit of spiritual truth. Bernard's contributions to the Church were immense, and his passing marked a significant turning point in the history of Christianity. His legacy, however, lives on, inspiring generations of Christians to seek a deeper relationship with God and to strive for a purer, more devoted form of religious life. Thanks for listening. Like and comment. And please subscribe, as that will help us get more videos out to those interested in the Middle Ages. See you next time on Medieval Chronicles 1066. Stay curious. The Feast of St. Gregory of Tours, celebrating a defender of faith and history. The Feast of St. Gregory of Tours, commemorated annually on November 17, honors one of the most influential figures of late antiquity and early medieval Europe. Gregory, a bishop, historian, and theologian, played a pivotal role in preserving the cultural and spiritual fabric of his era during the tumultuous Merovingian period. His life and works continue to inspire, shedding light on the early medieval world and the enduring power of faith amidst societal change. Early life and call to service. St. Gregory was born in 538 in the Roman province of Auvergne, in what is now central France, to a family steeped in ecclesiastical and political significance. His lineage was a veritable who's who of Gallo-Roman aristocracy, with multiple relatives serving as bishops, ensuring that Gregory inherited a tradition of faith and learning. Despite being surrounded by the decline of the Roman Empire and the rise of the Merovingian kings, Gregory's formative years were deeply rooted in the Christian tradition that had taken root in Gaul. After surviving a debilitating illness in his youth, Gregory vowed to serve God with unyielding devotion. His spiritual journey led him to become Bishop of Tours in 573, at the relatively young age of 35. Tours, already a major religious center due to the shrine of Saint Martin, became a focal point for Gregory's tireless efforts in ecclesiastical reform, pastoral care, and the defense of orthodoxy. A chronicler of history and faith. St. Gregory's most enduring legacy lies in his writings, particularly the Historia Francorum, History of the Franks. This 10-book chronicle is a treasure trove of information about the Merovingian kingdom, blending historical narrative with hagiography and theological reflection. Gregory approached history as a bishop with a deep conviction that God's providence guided human events. For him, the miraculous was as integral to history as political or military affairs. The Historia Francorum provides invaluable insights into the lives of both kings and commoners, recounting the deeds of rulers like Clovis, the first Christian king of the Franks, and chronicling the conversion of the Frankish people to Christianity. Gregory's vivid storytelling, filled with anecdotes of miracles, moral lessons, and divine interventions, reflects his belief that history served as a medium for teaching faith and virtue. His hagiographical works, including the life of Saint Martin, further illustrate his dual role as historian and theologian. Saint Martin, the patron of Tours, was for Gregory a model of Christian virtue and a powerful intercessor. By elevating Saint Martin's legacy, Gregory not only strengthened the spiritual significance of Tours but also cemented his city's status as a center of pilgrimage and devotion. Defender of orthodoxy. Gregory's tenure as bishop coincided with a period of significant religious and political turbulence. Heresies like Arianism and tensions between competing factions within the Merovingian court threatened to fracture both the church and society. Gregory proved to be a steadfast defender of Nicene orthodoxy, using his position to uphold the faith amidst challenges. He was an outspoken critic of corruption within the church and secular rulers who acted against the common good. His writings and sermons reflect a deep concern for justice and the welfare of his flock. Gregory's leadership exemplified the ideal of a bishop as both shepherd of souls and guardian of the community. Legacy and feast day celebration. Saint Gregory of Tours died on November 17, 594, leaving behind a legacy that has shaped both ecclesiastical history and the broader understanding of the early medieval period. His feast day celebrates his contributions as a man of faith, a chronicler of his times, and a guardian of Christian orthodoxy. For the Church, Gregory serves as a model of episcopal service, combining pastoral care with intellectual and spiritual leadership. His works remain essential reading for historians and theologians, offering a rare window into the world of early medieval Europe. The Historia Francorum is not merely a historical document but also a spiritual testament to Gregory's unwavering belief in God's providence. The feast of Saint Gregory of Tours is particularly significant in regions of France where his life and works had the greatest impact. It is a day to reflect on the importance of faith in preserving and shaping culture and to honor the role of leaders who bridge the sacred and the secular in challenging times. Celebrations often include masses, prayers for the intercession of Saint Gregory, and reflections on his writings. Continuing relevance. In modern times, St. Gregory's life and works continue to inspire discussions about the interplay between faith, history, and culture. His ability to document and interpret the past through a theological lens challenges contemporary historians to consider the spiritual dimensions of historical events. Gregory's commitment to truth, even when it meant critiquing powerful figures, remains a testament to the enduring relevance of integrity and courage in leadership. Saint Gregory of Tours was not just a chronicler of his era but a beacon of light for future generations. His feast day is an invitation to celebrate a life dedicated to faith, wisdom, and service, a life that continues to resonate with those who seek to understand the complexities of human history through the lens of divine providence. As a bishop, historian, and saint, Gregory's legacy reminds us of the transformative power of faith and the enduring importance of bearing witness to the truth. Thanks for listening. Like, comment, and subscribe to Medieval Chronicles 1066 for more journeys back to the Middle Ages. Stay curious. The Feast of St. Francis of Assisi, honoring the patron saint of ecology and animals. Every year, on October 4th, the Catholic Church and various Christian communities around the world celebrate the Feast of St. Francis of Assisi. This day is dedicated to commemorating the life and teachings of St. Francis, a 13th-century Italian friar whose influence extends far beyond the confines of religious circles. Known as the patron saint of animals and ecology, St. Francis left an indelible mark on the Church through his profound humility, commitment to poverty, and reverence for all living creatures. The Feast of St. Francis of Assisi is not just a day to honor his memory but also a time to reflect on his philosophy of respect for nature, compassion, and the interconnectedness of all creation. The life of St. Francis of Assisi. Born in 1181 or 1182 in Assisi, Italy, to a wealthy cloth merchant, St. Francis was initially known for his carefree and hedonistic lifestyle. As a young man, he joined the military and was taken prisoner during a conflict between Assisi and Perugia. After spending a year in captivity, Francis returned home physically weakened and spiritually transformed. A series of mystical experiences led him to renounce his material wealth and status, choosing instead a life of poverty, prayer, and service to the marginalized. In 1209, St. Francis founded the Order of Friars Minor, commonly known as the Franciscans, with the approval of Pope Innocent III. This new monastic order sought to live out the gospel in radical simplicity, dedicating themselves to preaching, caring for the sick and poor, and living in harmony with nature. St. Francis' humility, devotion, and love for all creatures soon attracted followers, and the Franciscan movement spread rapidly throughout Europe. The significance of the feast. The Feast of St. Francis of Assisi is celebrated on October 4th, marking the day of his death in 1226. While his feast day is observed primarily by the Catholic Church, many Anglican, Lutheran, and Orthodox Christians also pay tribute to St. Francis on this day. The celebration often includes special liturgies, prayers, and sermons that highlight the saint's values and teachings. A unique aspect of the Feast of St. Francis is the blessing of the animals ceremony, which is performed in many churches and communities around the world. People bring their pets, dogs, cats, birds, horses, and other animals, to be blessed by a priest or minister. This practice stems from St. Francis' reputation as a lover of all creatures and his belief that animals, too, are part of God's creation and deserve care and respect. The blessing of the animals serves as a powerful reminder of the intrinsic value of all life and humanity's responsibility to be good stewards of the earth. Patron of ecology, a timely relevance. In 1979, Pope John Paul II declared St. Francis the patron saint of ecology, recognizing his profound appreciation for the natural world. St. Francis saw nature as a reflection of God's greatness, calling all elements of creation, sun, moon, wind, water, and earth, his brothers and sisters. His famous Canticle of the Sun, a prayer poem that praises God through the elements of creation, is considered one of the earliest pieces of Italian literature and a testament to his deep connection with nature. St. Francis' ecological vision is more relevant today than ever before. As the world grapples with climate change, environmental degradation, and the loss of biodiversity, his teachings offer a model for harmonious living with the environment. The Feast of St. Francis of Assisi serves as a call to action, urging people of faith and goodwill to adopt more sustainable and compassionate lifestyles. Churches and religious organizations often use the occasion to promote environmental initiatives, such as tree planting, community cleanups, and educational programs on ecological responsibility. St. Francis' spiritual teachings. The spirituality of St. Francis is rooted in three core principles: poverty, humility, and love for creation. His embrace of poverty was not merely a rejection of material wealth, but an expression of complete dependence on God. St. Francis believed that by stripping away worldly attachments, one could achieve true freedom and openness to God's will. This voluntary poverty allowed him to identify with the poor and marginalized, making him a powerful voice for social justice. Humility, for St. Francis, was the foundation of all virtue. He saw himself as a servant to others and approached everyone, whether leper, beggar, or noble, with the same respect and dignity. This humility extended to the natural world as well. St. Francis did not see humanity as the ruler of creation but as a part of it, coexisting with animals, plants, and the elements in a shared community of life. His love for creation was not simply an abstract ideal but a lived reality. St. Francis would preach to birds, tame wild animals, and express joy and reverence for even the smallest of creatures. According to legend, he once persuaded a fierce wolf that was terrorizing the town of Gubbio to live in peace with the townspeople. Whether historical fact or hagiographic embellishment, this story illustrates St. Francis' profound belief in the possibility of harmony between humans and animals. Modern devotions and celebrations. The Feast of St. Francis is celebrated in diverse ways around the world, reflecting the saint's universal appeal. In Italy, the town of Assisi becomes a focal point for pilgrims and tourists alike. The Basilica of St. Francis, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, hosts special masses and processions in honor of its namesake. The friars of Assisi, dressed in their distinctive brown robes, lead the faithful in prayer, song, and reflection on the saint's legacy. In North and South America, churches and parishes hold pet blessings, nature walks, and charity drives to support animal shelters and environmental causes. Schools named after St. Francis often host educational events that teach students about environmental stewardship and the importance of compassion and service. A legacy of compassion and reverence. The Feast of St. Francis of Assisi is more than just a day to remember a medieval friar. It is a celebration of a way of life that transcends religious boundaries and speaks to the deepest yearnings of the human heart, the desire for peace, compassion, and unity with all creation. St. Francis, a message of love for the poor, humility before God, and care for the natural world, continues to inspire millions today. As the world faces unprecedented ecological and social challenges, the Feast of St. Francis invites us to look to this humble saint for guidance on how to live more authentically, compassionately, and sustainably. Thanks for listening. Like and comment. And please subscribe, as that will help us get more videos out to those interested in the Middle Ages. See you next time on Medieval Chronicles 1066. Stay curious. Saint Malachy, celebrated on November 3rd, was a pivotal figure in the Irish Church during the 12th century. Born in Armagh in 1094, Malachy was recognized for his deep devotion and relentless pursuit of reform in the Irish Church, which, at the time, struggled with corruption and a lack of discipline. Educated by a hermit, Malachy embraced a life of prayer and humility, eventually becoming a priest at just 25 years old. In 1132, Malachy was appointed Archbishop of Armagh, where he worked tirelessly to restore order and align Irish church practices with those of Rome. His reforms included establishing the first Cistercian abbey in Ireland at Mellifont, a centre for spiritual renewal that would influence Irish monasticism for centuries. Malachy's reform efforts faced opposition, but his gentle persistence eventually won many to his vision of a renewed and disciplined church. In 1139, Malachy travelled to Rome, where he met Pope Innocent II, who appointed him papal legate to Ireland, giving him the authority to implement further reforms. On a second journey to Rome in 1148, Malachy fell ill and passed away at the Cistercian abbey in Clairvaux, France, in the arms of his friend Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, who later wrote a biography honouring Malachy's life of holiness. An intriguing aspect of Malachy's legacy is the prophecy of the popes, a series of cryptic phrases purportedly foretelling the identities of future popes. According to tradition, Malachy experienced a vision while in Rome, which revealed to him a succession of 112 future popes. Each pope was described by a brief Latin phrase, often reflecting an attribute, emblem, or event associated with that papacy. Though the prophecy's authenticity is debated, with the document surfacing only in the 16th century, it has fascinated scholars and faithful alike for centuries. The last phrase, often associated with the final pope, Peter the Roman, has fueled speculation and intrigue, particularly among those who see it as a sign of the end times. Canonized in 1190, St. Malachy's feast day on November 3 commemorates his enduring influence on Irish Christianity, his deep spirituality, and his mysterious prophecy that continues to captivate the world. Thanks for listening. Like, comment, and subscribe to Medieval Chronicles 1066 for more journeys back to the Middle Ages. Stay curious. The Feast of St. Hilda, celebrated on November 17, honors the memory and legacy of one of Anglo-Saxon England's most influential saints. Born in 614 into the royal family of Northumbria, Hilda, or Hild, dedicated her life to the service of God and became a pioneering figure in the early English Church. As the Abbess of Whitby, she played a pivotal role in shaping the spiritual and cultural development of the region and left an enduring legacy of wisdom, piety, and leadership. Hilda's life reflects the transformative power of faith. After being baptized at the age of 13 by St. Paulinus, one of the missionaries sent by Pope Gregory the Great, she felt called to the monastic life. Her early years were spent in preparation for this vocation, and she eventually entered a monastery at age 33, initially joining a community in East Anglia. Her leadership abilities quickly became evident, and she was entrusted with the foundation and governance of a double monastery at Whitby in 657. This monastery housed both men and women and became a beacon of learning and spirituality. Whitby Abbey, under St. Hilda's guidance, became renowned as a centre of education, attracting scholars and clergy from across the region. Hilda insisted on a strong emphasis on learning, scripture, and the development of spiritual virtues. Remarkably, she encouraged individuals from all walks of life to pursue their God-given potential, regardless of their background. A notable example of this inclusivity is her support of Cædmon, a humble herdsman who became the first known English poet. Inspired by Hilda's encouragement, Cædmon composed hymns and songs in praise of God, contributing significantly to the development of early English literature. St. Hilda is also remembered for her role in the Synod of Whitby in 664, a pivotal event in the history of the English Church. At this synod, ecclesiastical leaders debated whether the Church in England should follow the Roman or Celtic traditions of Christianity. Hilda hosted the synod at Whitby, demonstrating her exceptional status as a leader in both religious and secular spheres. Though she personally favored the Celtic customs, she accepted the decision to align with Roman practices, emphasizing the importance of unity in the Church. Her humility and wisdom in navigating these complex issues reflect her deep commitment to the greater good. The qualities that define St. Hilda's life, wisdom, humility, and a profound sense of duty, continue to inspire Christians today. Her feast day is an opportunity to reflect on her contributions to education, cultural integration, and the fostering of unity within the Church. It also serves as a reminder of the role of women in shaping the history and spiritual landscape of the early medieval period. St. Hilda's legacy endures not only in the ruins of Whitby Abbey but also in the hearts of those who celebrate her life and teachings. Her story is a testament to the enduring power of faith, learning, and leadership, and her feast day invites all to emulate her virtues in the pursuit of a just and faithful life. Thanks for listening. Like, comment, and subscribe to Medieval Chronicles 1066 for more journeys back to the Middle Ages.
Who is Saint Dominic? Who are the Dominicans and what is his enduring legacy? Saint Dominic, born Domingo Felix de Guzman in 1170, was a Spanish priest and founder of the Dominican Order, formerly known as the Order of Preachers. His life and work were pivotal in the religious and cultural transformations of the medieval period. Dominic's commitment to preaching, teaching, and combating heresy significantly shaped the development of Western Christianity. Let's explore the life of Saint Dominic, his founding of the Dominican Order, his theological contributions, and his enduring legacy within the Catholic Church. Early life and formation. Dominic was born in Calaruga, a small village in the Kingdom of Castile, to Felix Guzman and Joanna of Aza, both of noble lineage. His early life was marked by a deep religious upbringing. At the age of 14, Dominic was sent to the University of Palencia, where he studied the liberal arts and theology. His education laid the foundation for his future role as a preacher and teacher. During his studies, Dominic's commitment to the Christian faith deepened. He became known for his piety, intellectual rigor, and compassion. A notable incident that exemplifies his character occurred during a famine in Palencia. Dominic sold his precious books to feed the poor, stating, "Would you have me study off these dead skins when men are dying of hunger?" This act of charity foreshadowed his lifelong dedication to the spiritual and temporal needs of others, encounter with heresy, and the call to preach. In 1203, Dominic accompanied Diego de Acebo, the Bishop of Osma, on a diplomatic mission to Denmark. On their return journey through southern France, they encountered the Albigensian heresy, also known as Catharism. This dualist religious movement, prevalent in the Languedoc region, posed a significant challenge to the Catholic Church. Catharism rejected many Orthodox Christian doctrines, including the sacraments, the Incarnation, and the resurrection. Dominic and Bishop Diego were struck by the fervor and the widespread influence of this heretical movement. They realized the need for effective preaching and a return to apostolic simplicity to counteract these teachings. Recognizing the inadequacy of the Church's response to the heresy, Dominic decided to dedicate himself to the mission of preaching and converting the Cathars. He adopted a lifestyle of poverty and itinerant preaching, emulating the apostles. This approach was in stark contrast to the opulence and worldliness often associated with the clergy of the time. Dominic's humility, learning, and commitment made a significant impact on the people he encountered, gradually winning many back to the Orthodox faith. Founding of the Dominican Order. Dominic's experiences in southern France convinced him of the need for a new religious order dedicated to preaching and education. In 1215, he received approval from Pope Innocent III to form a group of preachers. Initially, this group operated as a congregation within the existing ecclesiastical structures. However, recognizing the need for greater organization and stability, Dominic sought formal recognition for his new order. On December 22, 1216, Pope Honorius III issued the papal bull Religiosum Vitam, formally establishing the order of preachers. The new order was based on the rule of St. Augustine, adapted to include provisions for study, preaching, and communal life. The Dominicans, as they came to be known, were tasked with preaching the gospel, combating heresy, and fostering intellectual and spiritual renewal within the Church. Structure and mission of the Dominicans. The Dominican order was unique in several ways. Unlike many other monastic orders, the Dominicans were not bound to a single monastery or location. Instead, they were an itinerant order, moving from place to preach and teach. This mobility allowed them to reach a wide audience and respond to the needs of the Church wherever they arose. Education and intellectual rigor were central to the Dominican mission. Dominic emphasized the importance of study as a foundation for effective preaching. He established houses of study attached to universities, where members of the order could receive advanced theological education. This emphasis on learning helped the Dominicans become one of the most intellectually formidable orders in the Church, producing renowned scholars and theologians such as Thomas Aquinas and Albertus Magnus. The spirituality of Saint Dominic. Saint Dominic's spirituality was marked by a profound love for God, a dedication to prayer, and a commitment to the salvation of souls. His life was characterized by an asceticism that was both rigorous and joyful. Dominic believed that true preaching flowed from a deep, personal relationship with Christ, cultivated through prayer and contemplation. One of the most enduring aspects of Dominican spirituality is the devotion to the Rosary. According to tradition, the Virgin Mary appeared to Dominic and gave him the Rosary as a tool for combating heresy and fostering devotion among the faithful. While historical evidence for this apparition is scant, the Rosary became closely associated with the Dominican order and remains a central element of Catholic devotion to this day. Impact and expansion of the Dominican order. The Dominican order grew rapidly, attracting members from various walks of life. By the time of Dominic's death in 1221, there were already numerous Dominican houses across Europe. The order played a crucial role in the intellectual and spiritual life of the medieval Church, establishing schools, universities, and missions. Dominicans were instrumental in the development of scholastic theology, a method of critical thought that sought to reconcile faith and reason. Thomas Aquinas, perhaps the most famous Dominican theologian, wrote extensively on the nature of God, morality, and the relationship between faith and reason. His works, especially the Summa Theologica, remain foundational texts in Catholic theology. The Dominicans and the Inquisition. The Dominicans were also closely associated with the Inquisition, a series of ecclesiastical tribunals established to combat heresy. While the Inquisition is often viewed negatively in modern times, it is important to understand it within its historical context. The Dominicans, with their emphasis on education and doctrinal purity, were seen as particularly suited to the task of identifying and correcting heretical beliefs. Dominic himself was known for his compassionate approach to heretics, preferring persuasion and reason over coercion. However, the later history of the Inquisition, especially during the Spanish Inquisition, involved practices that have been widely condemned for their brutality and excesses. It is a complex legacy that reflects the challenges and contradictions of maintaining doctrinal purity in a diverse and often contentious religious landscape. Legacy of Saint Dominic. Saint Dominic's legacy is profound and multifaceted. He is remembered as a reformer, a preacher, and a founder of one of the most influential religious orders in the history of the Church. His emphasis on preaching, education, and a life of apostolic poverty set a new standard for religious life and inspired generations of Dominicans and other religious communities. The Dominican Order continues to thrive today, with members engaged in a wide range of ministries, including education, parish work, social justice, and missionary activities. The Order's commitment to study and teaching has ensured its continued influence in the intellectual life of the Church. Dominic's canonization in 1234 by Pope Gregory IX recognized his holiness and the significance of his contributions to the Church. His feast day, celebrated on August 8th, is an occasion for Catholics to remember his example and seek his intercession. Conclusion. Saint Dominic was a transformative figure in the medieval Church, whose vision and dedication led to the founding of the Dominican Order. His life was marked by a deep commitment to preaching, teaching, and combating heresy. Through his reforms and the establishment of the Order of Preachers, Dominic left an enduring legacy that continues to shape the Catholic Church to this day. Dominic's spirituality, characterized by a profound love for God and a dedication to the salvation of souls, serves as an inspiration for all Christians. His emphasis on the importance of study and intellectual rigor has had a lasting impact on the Church's approach to theology and education. In understanding Saint Dominic and his contributions, we gain insight into the dynamic and evolving nature of the medieval Church and the enduring relevance of his vision for a life of holiness, learning, and apostolic mission. His legacy is not just a historical artifact, but a living tradition that continues to inspire and guide the faithful in their pursuit of truth and holiness. Thanks for listening. Like and comment. And please subscribe, as that will help us get more videos out to those interested in the Middle Ages. See you next time on Medieval Chronicles 1066. Stay curious.
Welcome to the Medieval Chronicles 1066 podcast, where we delve deep into the fascinating world of the Middle Ages. Today, we explore the profound legacy of medieval monasticism and its enduring influence on society and culture. From humble beginnings, these monastic communities grew into powerful centers of faith, learning, and economic activity, shaping the very fabric of medieval life. Let's journey through the centuries to uncover the multifaceted roles monasteries played and their lasting impact on the world. The roots of monasticism, early ascetics and hermits. Medieval monasticism began as a spiritual movement, with individuals seeking solitude and a closer connection to God. The early monks lived as hermits, dedicating their lives to prayer and contemplation. One of the earliest and most notable hermits was Saint Anthony the Great, who retreated to the Egyptian desert in the 3rd century. His way of life inspired many others, and soon these solitary figures began to gather into loosely organized communities. These early gatherings set the stage for the development of monasticism, which would profoundly influence the medieval world. The origins of monasticism can be traced back to the deserts of Egypt, where individuals like Saint Anthony sought to live a life of asceticism and spiritual purity. The harsh desert environment symbolized the monks' withdrawal from the corrupting influences of society. Saint Anthony, often regarded as the father of monasticism, became a model for those seeking a life dedicated to God. His biography, written by Saint Athanasius, became widely read and inspired many to follow in his footsteps. The early monastic movement was characterized by extreme ascetic practices. Monks like Saint Simeon Stylites lived atop pillars for years, enduring harsh weather and physical discomfort as a form of penance and devotion. These early hermits, or anchorites, believed that by isolating themselves from the world, they could achieve a closer communion with God. Their radical lifestyle attracted followers and admirers, laying the groundwork for the establishment of monastic communities. The formation of monastic communities, from hermits to cenobites. Over time, these solitary figures gathered into communities, forming the first monasteries. The transition from individual hermitages to organized communities marked a significant evolution in monasticism. One of the earliest organized monastic communities was established by Saint Pachomius in the early 4th century. Pachomius introduced a communal form of monastic life, known as cenobitic monasticism, which emphasized living together in a community under a common rule. Pachomius monasteries were structured with a strict daily routine that balanced prayer, work, and communal activities. This model proved successful and spread rapidly throughout Egypt and beyond. The establishment of these early monasteries provided a blueprint for future monastic communities, which would become integral to medieval society. The rule of Saint Benedict, structure and stability. The evolution from solitary hermits to organized monastic communities marked a significant shift. Monastic rules, like those of Saint Benedict, provided structure and guidance, promoting communal living and shared responsibilities. The Rule of Saint Benedict, written in the 6th century, became the foundational text for Western monasticism. It emphasized prayer, work, and communal living, with a balanced schedule of liturgical prayer, manual labor, and study. Saint Benedict of Nursia founded the monastery of Monte Cassino in Italy, where he implemented his rule. The Rule of Saint Benedict outlined a detailed framework for monastic life, covering everything from the organization of the monastery to the daily routines of the monks. It emphasized the virtues of obedience, humility, and stability, creating a harmonious and disciplined community life. The rule's emphasis on moderation and balance made it adaptable and widely adopted across Europe. Monasteries as centers of learning and preservation. Monasteries were the educational powerhouses of the medieval world. They preserved ancient texts, copied manuscripts, and educated future leaders. The monastic schools laid the foundation for the modern education system, influencing universities that emerged in the later Middle Ages. For instance, the Abbey of Cluny, founded in 910, became a major center of learning and reform, spreading its influence across Europe. Monks were not only scribes but also teachers, passing on knowledge to novices and lay students alike. Their scriptoria, where manuscripts were meticulously copied, became the bedrock of medieval scholarship. The laborious process of copying manuscripts by hand ensured the survival of countless works of literature, philosophy, and science. Without the dedication of these monastic scribes, many classical texts might have been lost to history. The preservation and dissemination of knowledge were vital to the intellectual revival known as the Renaissance, which drew heavily on the texts safeguarded by monastic communities. The Venerable Bede, an 8th-century monk, is a prime example of monastic scholarship. His works, including the Ecclesiastical History of the English People, have been invaluable to our understanding of early medieval history. The role of scriptoria, guardians of knowledge. Monastic scriptoria were the heart of scholarly activity within monasteries. These rooms were dedicated to the copying of manuscripts, a painstaking and meticulous process. Monks would work for hours each day, carefully transcribing texts onto parchment or vellum. The scriptoria ensured the transmission of not only religious texts but also classical works of literature, philosophy, and science. The process of manuscript copying was both a labor of love and an act of devotion, seen as a way of glorifying God through the preservation of knowledge. The scriptorium of the Abbey of St. Gall, in present-day Switzerland, was one of the most renowned in medieval Europe. The monks of St. Gall produced beautifully illuminated manuscripts, adorned with intricate designs and vibrant colors. These works were not only religious texts but also included secular literature, medical treatises, and scientific works. The dedication of these monastic scribes ensured that the intellectual heritage of antiquity was preserved and passed down through the generations. Monastic influence on education, the rise of monastic schools. The educational contributions of monasteries extended beyond the copying of manuscripts. Monastic schools, attached to monasteries, became centers of learning where monks taught a wide range of subjects. These schools laid the foundation for the development of medieval universities. Monks taught grammar, rhetoric, logic, and other subjects, providing a comprehensive education to both novices and lay students. The monastic curriculum emphasized the liberal arts, which became the cornerstone of medieval education. The Abbey of Fulda in Germany, founded in the 8th century, became a prominent center of learning under the leadership of Abbot Rabanus Maurus. Fulda's school attracted students from across Europe, including the future Emperor Charlemagne. The monastic tradition of education and scholarship played a crucial role in the Carolingian Renaissance, a revival of learning and culture during Charlemagne's reign. The economic impact of monasteries, engines of prosperity. Monasteries were also economic engines. They managed vast tracts of land, engaged in agriculture, and produced goods like wine, beer, and textiles. Their economic activities provided employment and stimulated local economies, contributing to the growth of medieval towns and trade networks. Monasteries often became self-sufficient economic units, with extensive farms, mills, and workshops. The Cistercian order, founded in the late 11th century, is notable for its advancements in agricultural techniques and its economic influence. Their monasteries were meticulously planned, and their innovations in water management and sheep farming had a lasting impact on European agriculture. The production of goods such as wine and beer became renowned, with monastic brews and vintages sought after far and wide. The Trappist order, a branch of the Cistercians, is still famous today for its high-quality beers. Monasteries were innovators in agricultural practices, introducing new crops and farming techniques that improved productivity. Their economic influence extended into trade, as monastic products were exchanged across Europe, integrating these religious communities into the broader economic landscape. Monastic contributions to agriculture, innovators and stewards. The agricultural innovations of monasteries had a profound impact on medieval agriculture. Monks introduced new farming techniques, such as crop rotation and the use of natural fertilizers, which increased agricultural productivity. They also experimented with new crops, such as hops for brewing beer. The Cistercians were particularly known for their advanced water management systems, which included the construction of canals, reservoirs, and irrigation systems. These innovations not only supported the self-sufficiency of monasteries but also benefited the surrounding communities. The Abbey of Clairvaux, founded by Saint Bernard of Clairvaux in the 12th century, became a model of Cistercian agricultural innovation. The monks of Clairvaux transformed the landscape, draining marshes, and creating fertile farmland. Their success in agriculture enabled the abbey to support a large community of monks and lay brothers, as well as to provide for the poor and needy. Monastic involvement in trade, building economic networks. The economic prosperity generated by monasteries not only supported their religious activities but also facilitated the development of surrounding communities. Their involvement in trade and commerce helped lay the foundation for the vibrant economic life of medieval Europe. The wool trade, for instance, became a significant economic activity for many monasteries, particularly in England. The wealth generated from this trade enabled monasteries to fund their charitable and educational endeavours. The Cistercian Abbey of Rufus in Yorkshire, England, became a major centre of the wool trade in the 12th century. The abbey's extensive sheep farms produced high-quality wool, which was exported to markets across Europe. The revenue from the wool trade allowed Rufus to become one of the wealthiest and most influential monasteries in England. Monasteries as centres of social welfare, compassion and community. Did you know that monks helped the poor, built and ran hospitals, and had community gatherings? Monasteries played a vital role in social welfare, offering food, shelter, and medical care to those in need. The Order of St. John, or the Knights Hospitaller, founded in the 11th century, is a notable example. They established hospitals across Europe and the Holy Land, caring for pilgrims and the sick. These hospitals were among the first organized healthcare institutions in medieval Europe, marking the beginning of organized healthcare in the West. The Hospitallers' work in the medical field laid the foundations for modern healthcare systems. Monastic hospitals provided care for the sick, the poor, and travelers. Monks and nuns who staffed these hospitals were trained in basic medical care and used herbal remedies grown in monastic gardens. The hospitals were often attached to monasteries, and their operation was funded by the economic activities of the monastic community. The Hospital of St. John in Jerusalem, founded by the Knights Hospitaller in the 11th century, became one of the most renowned medical institutions of the medieval world. Monastic hospitals, pioneers of healthcare. The establishment of hospitals by monastic orders marked a significant advancement in the provision of healthcare. These early hospitals were often attached to monasteries and provided care to both the local community and travelers. Monastic hospitals offered a range of medical services, including surgery, herbal remedies, and palliative care. The monastic tradition of caring for the sick was deeply rooted in Christian values of compassion and charity. The Hospital of St. John in Jerusalem, established by the Knights Hospitaller, became a model for monastic hospitals across Europe. The Hospitallers provided medical care to pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land, as well as to the local population. Their hospital in Jerusalem was equipped with advanced medical facilities for the time, including surgical rooms and wards for different types of patients. The Hospitallers' emphasis on medical care and hospitality set a standard for healthcare institutions in the medieval world. Monastic influence on education, the rise of monastic schools. The educational contributions of monasteries extended beyond the copying of manuscripts. Monastic schools, attached to monasteries, became centers of learning where monks taught a wide range of subjects. These schools laid the foundation for the development of medieval universities. Monks taught grammar, rhetoric, logic, and other subjects, providing a comprehensive education to both novices and lay students. The monastic curriculum emphasized the liberal arts, which became the cornerstone of medieval education. The Abbey of Fulda in Germany, founded in the 8th century, became a prominent center of learning under the leadership of Abbot Rabanus Maurus. Fulda's school attracted students from across Europe, including the future Emperor Charlemagne. The monastic tradition of education and scholarship played a crucial role in the Carolingian Renaissance, a revival of learning and culture during Charlemagne's reign. The economic impact of monasteries, engines of prosperity. Monasteries were also economic engines. They managed vast tracts of land, engaged in agriculture, and produced goods like wine, beer, and textiles. Their economic activities provided employment and stimulated local economies, contributing to the growth of medieval towns and trade networks. Monasteries often became self-sufficient economic units, with extensive farms, mills, and workshops. The Cistercian order, founded in the late 11th century, is notable for its advancements in agricultural techniques and its economic influence. Their monasteries were meticulously planned, and their innovations in water management and sheep farming had a lasting impact on European agriculture. The production of goods such as wine and beer became renowned, with monastic brews and vintages sought after far and wide. The Trappist order, a branch of the Cistercians, is still famous today for its high-quality beers. Monasteries were innovators in agricultural practices, introducing new crops and farming techniques that improved productivity. Their economic influence extended into trade, as monastic products were exchanged across Europe, integrating these religious communities into the broader economic landscape. Monastic contributions to agriculture, innovators and stewards. The agricultural innovations of monasteries had a profound impact on medieval agriculture. Monks introduced new farming techniques, such as crop rotation and the use of natural fertilizers, which increased agricultural productivity. They also experimented with new crops, such as hops for brewing beer. The Cistercians were particularly known for their advanced water management systems, which included the construction of canals, reservoirs, and irrigation systems. These innovations not only supported the self-sufficiency of monasteries but also benefited the surrounding communities. The Abbey of Clairvaux, founded by Saint Bernard of Clairvaux in the 12th century, became a model of Cistercian agricultural innovation. The monks of Clairvaux transformed the landscape, draining marshes, and creating fertile farmland. Their success in agriculture enabled the abbey to support a large community of monks and lay brothers, as well as to provide for the poor and needy. Monastic involvement in trade, building economic networks. The economic prosperity generated by monasteries not only supported their religious activities but also facilitated the development of surrounding communities. Their involvement in trade and commerce helped lay the foundation for the vibrant economic life of medieval Europe. The wool trade, for instance, became a significant economic activity for many monasteries, particularly in England. The wealth generated from this trade enabled monasteries to fund their charitable and educational endeavours. The Cistercian Abbey of Rufus in Yorkshire, England, became a major centre of the wool trade in the 12th century. The abbey's extensive sheep farms produced high-quality wool, which was exported to markets across Europe. The revenue from the wool trade allowed Rufus to become one of the wealthiest and most influential monasteries in England. Monasteries as centers of social welfare, compassion and community. Did you know that monks helped the poor, built and ran hospitals, and had community gatherings? Monasteries played a vital role in social welfare, offering food, shelter, and medical care to those in need. The Order of St. John, or the Knights Hospitaller, founded in the 11th century, is a notable example. They established hospitals across Europe and the Holy Land, caring for pilgrims and the sick. These hospitals were among the first organized healthcare institutions in medieval Europe, marking the beginning of organized healthcare in the West. The Hospitallers' work in the medical field laid the foundations for modern healthcare systems. Monastic hospitals provided care for the sick, the poor, and travelers. Monks and nuns who staffed these hospitals were trained in basic medical care and used herbal remedies grown in monastic gardens. The hospitals were often attached to monasteries, and their operation was funded by the economic activities of the monastic community. The Hospital of St. John in Jerusalem, founded by the Knights Hospitaller in the 11th century, became one of the most renowned medical institutions of the medieval world. Monastic hospitals, pioneers of healthcare. The establishment of hospitals by monastic orders marked a significant advancement in the provision of healthcare. These early hospitals were often attached to monasteries and provided care to both the local community and travelers. Monastic hospitals offered a range of medical services, including surgery, herbal remedies, and palliative care. The monastic tradition of caring for the sick was deeply rooted in Christian values of compassion and charity. The Hospital of St. John in Jerusalem, established by the Knights Hospitaller, became a model for monastic hospitals across Europe. The Hospitallers provided medical care to pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land, as well as to the local population. Their hospital in Jerusalem was equipped with advanced medical facilities for the time, including surgical rooms and wards for different types of patients. The Hospitallers' emphasis on medical care and hospitality set a standard for healthcare institutions in the medieval world. Monastic charity and community support. Monasteries were also known for their charitable activities. They provided alms to the poor, distributed food, and offered shelter to travelers and the homeless. Monastic charity was an essential aspect of religious life, reflecting the Christian ideals of compassion and service to others. Monasteries often had almonries, where food and alms were distributed to those in need. These acts of charity helped to alleviate the suffering of the poor and contributed to the stability of medieval society. The Abbey of St. Martin in Tours, France, was famous for its charitable work. Founded in the 4th century by St. Martin, the abbey provided food, clothing, and shelter to the poor and homeless. The monks of St. Martin's were also involved in the care of orphans and the sick. Their charitable activities earned the abbey a reputation for compassion and benevolence, attracting donations and support from wealthy patrons. Monasteries as cultural hubs. The cultural contributions of monasticism were profound. Festivals organized by monasteries brought communities together, fostering a sense of unity and shared cultural identity. Through their artistic endeavors, monks preserved and enriched the cultural heritage of their societies. The Benedictine Abbey of Saint Denis, near Paris, became a major center for the development of Gothic architecture and art under the leadership of Abbot Suger in the 12th century. The architectural and artistic contributions of monasticism are monumental. Gothic cathedrals, with their soaring spires and intricate stained glass, were often built by monastic orders. The art of manuscript illumination flourished in monasteries, leaving us with beautifully decorated texts that are treasured today. The design and construction of these magnificent buildings showcased the ingenuity and skill of monastic builders. The Cistercian Abbey of Fontenay in France, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is a stunning example of Cistercian architectural simplicity and beauty. Monastic architecture, architectural marvels. The architectural achievements of monasticism are some of the most enduring legacies of the Middle Ages. Monasteries and cathedrals built by monastic orders are architectural marvels, combining spiritual symbolism with practical functionality. The Cistercians, for instance, were known for their austere yet elegant architectural style. Their abbeys, such as Fontenay and Clairvaux, featured simple, harmonious designs that reflected the Cistercian emphasis on austerity and purity. The Gothic architectural style, which emerged in the 12th century, was heavily influenced by monasticism. The Abbey Church of St. Denis, rebuilt by Abbot Suger, is often considered the first Gothic building. Suger's innovative use of pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and large stained glass windows created a sense of height and light that became characteristic of Gothic architecture. The success of St. Denis inspired the construction of other Gothic cathedrals, such as Notre Dame de Paris and Chartres Cathedral. Illuminated manuscripts, monastic artistry. Illuminated manuscripts, adorned with intricate designs and vibrant colors, stand as a testament to the artistic achievements of monastic scribes and artists. These works not only served religious purposes but also became masterpieces of medieval art. The Book of Kells, an illuminated manuscript of the Gospels created by Celtic monks in the 9th century, remains one of the most exquisite examples of this art form. The artistry of illuminated manuscripts reflects the high level of skill and creativity of monastic artists. The Book of Kells, housed at Trinity College in Dublin, is renowned for its elaborate decoration and intricate designs. Each page is filled with detailed illustrations, vibrant colors, and ornate initials. The artistry of the Book of Kells reflects the high level of skill and creativity of the monks who created it. Illuminated manuscripts were often produced for liturgical use, but they also included works of literature, history, and science. Monastic gardens, carefully planned and maintained, provided herbs and medicinal plants, reflecting the monks' knowledge of botany and healing. Monastic gardens, horticultural expertise. Monastic gardens were not only places of beauty but also of practical importance. They supplied the herbs used in monastic hospitals, blending beauty with utility in a harmonious balance. The legacy of monastic artistry and architecture continues to inspire and awe us today. The Physic Garden at the Abbey of St. Gall, meticulously described in the 9th century plan of St. Gall, is a remarkable example of monastic horticulture. Monastic gardens were carefully planned and cultivated, reflecting the monks' knowledge of botany and agriculture. These gardens provided a variety of herbs used for medicinal purposes, as well as vegetables and fruits for the monastic community. The Plan of St. Gall, an architectural drawing from the early 9th century, provides detailed information about the layout and design of a monastic complex, including the gardens. This plan is one of the most important documents for understanding medieval monastic life and architecture. The decline and transformation of monasticism, Reformation and beyond. Despite their significant contributions, monasteries faced decline during the Reformation. Many were dissolved, and their lands confiscated. In England, this process was notably spearheaded by King Henry VIII, who dissolved the monasteries in the 16th century as part of his break with the Roman Catholic Church. The dissolution of monasteries led to the redistribution of their wealth and lands, dramatically altering the social and economic landscape of Europe. King Henry VIII's dissolution of the monasteries was driven by both religious and financial motives. By confiscating monastic lands and wealth, he significantly increased his own power and resources. This act led to the closure of hundreds of monastic institutions, the displacement of thousands of monks and nuns, and the loss of countless cultural and educational treasures. The treasures of monasteries like Glastonbury Abbey and Fountains Abbey were seized, and their buildings fell into ruin. The Reformation and its impact, a shifting landscape. The dissolution of the monasteries had far-reaching consequences. The loss of these centers of education, charity, and culture was felt across England. Monastic lands were sold off to nobles and gentry, altering the landscape of English society and economy. However, the monastic tradition did not vanish entirely. It transformed, adapting to new religious and social contexts, and continues to inspire modern spiritual and communal life. New monastic movements, such as the Jesuits, founded in the 16th century, emerged to address the spiritual needs of a changing world. The Protestant Reformation, initiated by figures like Martin Luther and John Calvin, led to the suppression or transformation of monastic institutions across Europe. Monasteries that survived the Reformation often had to adapt to new religious and political realities. In Catholic countries, monasticism continued to thrive, although it underwent significant reforms to address the criticisms raised by the reformers. The Council of Trent, held between 1545 and 1563, instituted major reforms within the Catholic Church, including the regulation of monastic life. These reforms aim to address issues of corruption and laxity within monastic communities, revitalizing their spiritual and communal life. The legacy of monasticism, enduring ideals and modern impact. While the physical presence of many monasteries diminished, the ideals of monasticism persisted. New monastic communities emerged, adapting to contemporary needs and challenges. Today, monastic orders continue their work, focusing on education, social justice, and spiritual growth. Their enduring legacy is a testament to the resilience and adaptability of monastic life. Modern monastic communities, like the Thais community in France, continue to attract people seeking spiritual renewal and community living. The legacy of medieval monasticism is a testament to the enduring power of faith, learning, and community. From education and economy to social welfare and culture, the influence of monasticism is woven into the fabric of our society. Monastic traditions continue to inspire and shape modern religious and secular communities. The values of contemplation, service, and communal living that characterized medieval monasticism remain relevant and impactful today. The legacy of monasticism is evident in the continued existence of monastic communities and the enduring influence of their spiritual and cultural contributions. Monasticism, with its rich history and profound impact, offers us timeless lessons in dedication, innovation, and compassion. The monastic dedication to prayer, work, and community has left an indelible mark on the world. Join us next time as we explore more fascinating stories from the medieval world, right here on the Medieval Chronicles 1066 podcast. Thank you for listening, and until next time, keep exploring the past to understand the present. The 1065 Consecration of Westminster Abbey, a pivotal moment in English history. The 1065 Consecration of Westminster Abbey represents a cornerstone in the historical and cultural development of England, marking the culmination of an unparalleled architectural and spiritual undertaking spearheaded by Edward the Confessor. Let's explore the historical, political, and theological underpinnings of the Abbey's consecration, situating it within the broader framework of medieval Anglo-Saxon society and assessing its enduring significance as a symbol of religious and royal authority. Historical context. Edward the Confessor's reign, 1042 to 1066, occurred during a rare period of relative peace and consolidation, yet it was far from devoid of challenges. The residual effects of Viking incursions lingered, requiring vigilance in defense and diplomacy. Edward faced internal tensions as well, particularly navigating the competing interests of powerful earls such as Godwin of Wessex. Additionally, his Norman upbringing created a degree of alienation among some Anglo-Saxon nobles, necessitating careful political maneuvering to maintain cohesion within the kingdom. His governance, shaped profoundly by his formative years in Normandy, was characterized by a deep religiosity that permeated both his personal identity and his public policy. Edward's decision to commission the reconstruction of St. Peter's Abbey at Westminster into a monumental Romanesque structure reflects this duality, serving both as an act of profound personal devotion and as a calculated assertion of royal prestige. The construction of Westminster Abbey was driven by intertwined motives, spiritual aspiration and political pragmatism. By establishing a grand ecclesiastical edifice, Edward sought to underscore his piety and secure his legacy within the Christian framework of salvation. Politically, the abbey's proximity to the royal palace underscored its dual function as a site of divine worship and a monument to monarchical power, intertwining the spiritual and temporal realms. The endeavor reflected Edward's ambition to position England as a cultural and religious equal to the great kingdoms of Europe, a vision that necessitated unparalleled architectural grandeur and craftsmanship. The consecration ceremony. The consecration of Westminster Abbey on December 28, 1065, represents the culmination of Edward's vision, albeit one overshadowed by the king's failing health and impending death. Edward's deteriorating condition not only prevented his physical attendance but also shaped contemporary perceptions of the event as both a moment of divine fulfillment and mortal fragility. The juxtaposition of the Abbey's grandeur with Edward's declining vitality underscored the transient nature of human achievement, lending the consecration a poignant, almost premonitory significance that resonated deeply with those who witnessed it. The ceremony, attended by a constellation of ecclesiastical and noble dignitaries, marked a profound moment of unity between the Church and Crown. Its timing during the liturgical season of Christmas imbued the event with additional theological resonance, symbolizing themes of renewal, grace, and divine providence. Liturgical rites during the consecration embodied the medieval Church's emphasis on sanctification, with elaborate blessings and invocations designed to purify the physical space and consecrate it to divine service. The abbey's dedication to St. Peter, the apostolic gatekeeper of heaven, reinforced Edward's aspiration for spiritual intercession and his claim to divine legitimacy as a monarch. This act of consecration, in aligning Edward's earthly rule with celestial favor, set a precedent for the abbey's enduring association with royal authority and spiritual sanctity. Architectural significance. Westminster Abbey's Romanesque design signified a departure from traditional Anglo-Saxon ecclesiastical architecture, reflecting the influence of continental aesthetics and engineering techniques. Characterized by rounded arches, substantial stone walls, and intricate ornamental detailing, the abbey epitomized the growing cultural and technological exchange between England and Normandy during the 11th century. Edward's patronage of such an ambitious project underscored his intention to position England within the broader context of European Christendom, reflecting a sophisticated understanding of the interplay between architecture, theology, and political identity. The scale and intricacy of the abbey demanded exceptional resources, both in terms of materials and skilled labor. Imported Caen stone from Normandy exemplified the high-quality materials utilized, while the construction process relied on the expertise of master masons, carpenters, and sculptors from across England and the continent. Advanced techniques, such as the use of Romanesque ribbed vaults, underscored the innovative architectural approaches that defined the abbey's design. Its soaring nave, richly decorated cloisters, and innovative structural elements were designed not only to inspire awe, but also to manifest the divine order, reinforcing the theological narrative of a cosmos governed by God's will. Though much of the original Romanesque structure was supplanted during subsequent Gothic renovations, its foundational principles laid a template for ecclesiastical architecture that endured. Political and cultural impact. The consecration of Westminster Abbey represented a strategic assertion of monarchical and ecclesiastical power. By establishing the abbey as a royal mausoleum and the locus of coronation rituals, Edward ensured its integral role in the perpetuation of royal authority. This association began with William the Conqueror's coronation in 1066 and has continued unbroken, cementing the abbey as a symbol of dynastic continuity and legitimacy. Culturally, the abbey became a nucleus of intellectual, artistic, and devotional activity. It hosted scholars who contributed to the development of theological thought, while its scriptorium produced illuminated manuscripts of exceptional beauty and sophistication. Artists and craftsmen were drawn to its construction and embellishment, creating intricate carvings, stained glass, and decorative works that reflected the abbey's spiritual significance. These endeavors not only enhanced the abbey's prestige but also positioned it as a hub of cultural innovation in medieval England. Its construction and consecration catalyzed an influx of artistic talent and theological scholarship, transforming it into a beacon of cultural and spiritual innovation. Over time, Westminster Abbey evolved into a repository of national memory, housing the remains of monarchs, poets, scientists, and other luminaries whose contributions have shaped the trajectory of English identity. The abbey's consecration also marked a significant evolution in the conceptualization of sacred space. By blending liturgical function with monumental architecture, it encapsulated the medieval synthesis of divine worship and earthly governance, creating a space that resonated with both spiritual transcendence and political authority. This duality has ensured the abbey's enduring relevance as a cultural and religious touchstone. Edward the Confessor's legacy. Edward's association with Westminster Abbey profoundly shaped his posthumous reputation. His canonization in 1161 by Pope Alexander III was a pivotal moment that transformed the abbey into a major pilgrimage site. The establishment of Edward's shrine within the abbey not only solidified his status as a saint but also elevated the abbey's spiritual significance, attracting pilgrims from across Europe. This influx of devotees enhanced the abbey's prestige and its role as a centre of religious activity, intertwining Edward's legacy with the broader ecclesiastical and cultural identity of medieval England. The abbey's consecration marked the beginning of its role as a locus of national memory and identity. Over successive centuries, its architectural grandeur and spiritual significance have rendered it a microcosm of England's historical evolution. From its role in the coronation of monarchs to its status as a repository for the nation's most illustrious figures, the abbey encapsulates the continuity of English tradition and the enduring interplay between faith and governance. Enduring legacy. Westminster Abbey endures as a preeminent symbol of British heritage and identity. Its origins in the 1065 consecration reflect the visionary scope of Edward the Confessor and the broader currents of medieval Christendom. The abbey's role as a site of royal ceremonies, including coronations, funerals, and weddings, underscores its continued significance as a space of national unity and historical continuity. In its architectural splendor, theological resonance, and cultural prominence, Westminster Abbey remains a testament to the enduring power of faith and vision in shaping collective identity. The 1065 consecration represents not merely a historical event but a defining moment in the synthesis of spiritual aspiration and political ambition. As the abbey continues to serve as a stage for the nation's most significant events, it stands as a living monument to Edward the Confessor's legacy and the enduring impact of his extraordinary vision. Thanks for listening. Like, comment, and subscribe to Medieval Chronicles 1066 for more journeys back to the Middle Ages. Stay curious. Feast of Hildegard of Bingen, celebrating a German polymath. The Feast of Hildegard of Bingen, celebrated on September 17th, honors one of the most extraordinary figures of the medieval period. Hildegard of Bingen, 1098–1179, was a German abbess, mystic, philosopher, scientist, composer, and polymath whose contributions have left an indelible mark on history. Often referred to as the Sibyl of the Rhine, Hildegard's work traversed many disciplines, from theology and music to medicine and natural science. Let us explore the significance of Hildegard of Bingen's life and works, the legacy she left behind, and why her feast day is a moment to reflect on her multifaceted achievements. Hildegard's early life and mystical experiences. Born into a noble family in Bermersheim, Germany, in 1098, Hildegard was the 10th child and, following a medieval tradition, was dedicated to the church as a tithe. At the age of 8, she was placed under the care of Jutta von Sponheim, a noblewoman who had chosen the life of an anchoress at the Benedictine monastery of Disibodenberg. Hildegard's early years were marked by a frail constitution and frequent visions that she would later describe as the living light. These visions became a central aspect of her life and work, forming the basis of her theological and philosophical writings. By 1136, Hildegard succeeded Jutta as the magistra of the community, demonstrating remarkable leadership qualities. Her visions continued, but it was not until she was in her early 40s that she received divine instruction to write them down. This resulted in her seminal work, Civias, short for Cito Vias Domini, Know the Ways of the Lord, completed in 1151. This book contains 26 visionary experiences accompanied by Hildegard's theological interpretations and vividly illustrated manuscripts, serving as a powerful testament to her mystical insight. A polymath's contributions to science, philosophy, and theology. Hildegard's oeuvre extends beyond her mystical writings. Her works on natural science and medicine are particularly noteworthy, especially considering the constraints of her time. Her texts, Physica and Causae et Curae, delve into the properties of natural objects, human health, and the causes and cures of various diseases. She adopted a holistic view of medicine, combining elements of Greek, Roman, and Arabic medical knowledge with a unique spiritual perspective that emphasized harmony between the body, mind, and soul. Hildegard's approach to health and disease was innovative, advocating for natural remedies, a balanced diet, and the importance of mental well-being, ideas that resonate with modern holistic medicine. In addition to her scientific contributions, Hildegard was a profound philosopher and theologian. Her writings reflect a deep understanding of the human condition and the divine. She was ahead of her time in many respects, including her ideas on gender. In her work, she portrayed a balanced understanding of the masculine and feminine principles, arguing that both were integral to the creation and functioning of the universe. Her concept of viriditas, greenness, symbolizes divine life force, growth, and spiritual vitality, bridging her theological, philosophical, and naturalist interests. Hildegard as a composer and musician. Hildegard of Bingen is also celebrated as one of the earliest known composers in Western music history. Her collection of liturgical songs, Symphonia Harmoniae Celestium Revelationum, Symphony of the Harmony of Celestial Revelations, includes 77 compositions, showcasing her profound musical talent and deep spirituality. Unlike the plainchant that dominated medieval music, Hildegard's compositions are marked by their lyrical melodies and extended vocal ranges, reflecting her unique spiritual vision. Her Ordo Virtutum, a morality play with music, is considered one of the earliest forms of opera, illustrating the struggle of the human soul against the temptations of the devil. Through music, Hildegard conveyed theological themes and spiritual teachings, merging art with divine revelation. Leadership and advocacy. As the abbess of a thriving religious community, Hildegard was a formidable leader and administrator. In the 1150s, she founded the Rupertsberg monastery near Bingen and, later, a second monastery at Ibingen. These institutions became centers of learning, prayer, and cultural activity under her leadership. Hildegard was also known for her boldness in confronting the religious and political authorities of her time. She wrote numerous letters to popes, emperors, and other influential figures, often criticizing the Church's practices and advocating for reform. Her correspondence demonstrates a keen understanding of the socio-political landscape and a fearless commitment to justice, truth, and spiritual integrity. Canonization and Feast Day. Despite her many accomplishments and widespread influence, Hildegard was not officially canonized until 2012 when Pope Benedict XVI declared her a saint and named her a Doctor of the Church. This title, held by only a select group of saints, recognizes her contributions to theology and doctrine. Her feast day, celebrated on September 17, offers an opportunity to reflect on her profound legacy and the breadth of her contributions to various fields. The significance of Hildegard's feast day. Hildegard's feast day is not merely a commemoration of her death, but a celebration of her life and contributions that spanned many domains. It serves as a reminder of the intersection of faith and reason, science and spirituality, and the power of visionary leadership. For modern audiences, Hildegard's life is a testament to the potential for women's voices to influence and shape society. In an era when women were often excluded from intellectual and spiritual life, Hildegard's work stood out as a beacon of enlightenment and empowerment. Her feast day also invites us to consider the relevance of her teachings in contemporary times. Her holistic approach to medicine and health, her emphasis on ecological balance, and her advocacy for justice and reform speak to issues that remain pertinent today. The integration of her mystical experiences with practical knowledge and leadership offers a model of wisdom that transcends the boundaries of time. Thus, the Feast of Hildegard of Bingen is a celebration of a remarkable woman whose contributions to spirituality, science, music, philosophy, and leadership have left a lasting impact on history. Hildegard's life reminds us of the power of vision, the importance of interdisciplinary knowledge, and the enduring relevance of her teachings. As we celebrate her feast day, we honor a polymath who defied the conventions of her time and continues to inspire generations across the world. Thanks for listening. Like and comment. And please subscribe, as that will help us get more videos out to those interested in the Middle Ages. See you next time on Medieval Chronicles 1066. Stay curious. William II Rufus, the controversial King of England, 1087. The death of William the Conqueror in 1087 led to a period of uncertainty and conflict in the Norman dynasty. Upon his deathbed, William the Conqueror divided his lands between his two eldest sons. Robert Curthose, the eldest, received Normandy, while William II, often called William Rufus due to his ruddy complexion, was crowned King of England. William Rufus's reign was marked by political intrigue, rebellious barons, tensions with the church, and a disputed legacy. Let's explore William Rufus's coronation in 1087, his policies, and his impact on the English kingdom. William Rufus's coronation and inheritance. William Rufus's ascent to the throne of England came at a crucial moment in Norman history. His father, William the Conqueror, had established a firm grip over England after his victory at the Battle of Hastings in 1066. However, upon his death in 1087, William's decision to split his lands between his sons fostered rivalry and conflict. Robert Curthose, receiving Normandy, was frustrated by his perceived exclusion from England, while William Rufus, the second son, was named King of England. This decision set the stage for a tense and fractious relationship between the two brothers throughout Rufus's reign. The coronation of William II took place on September 26, 1087, at Westminster Abbey, officiated by Lanfranc, the Archbishop of Canterbury. The ceremony was similar to his father's, symbolizing continuity with William the Conqueror's rule. Yet, even at his coronation, there were signs of the difficulties ahead. William II inherited a realm fraught with tensions between the Anglo-Norman elite and the native English population, while his authority as king would soon face challenges from rebellious barons and his own brother, Robert. Early challenges and rebellions. From the outset of his reign, William Rufus faced numerous challenges to his authority. His ascension to the throne was contested by factions within the English nobility who favored Robert Curthose's claim. A rebellion broke out in 1088, led by some of the most powerful barons in England, including Odo of Bayeux, William the Conqueror's half-brother. These rebellious barons hoped to dethrone Rufus and replace him with Robert, as they believed Robert would grant them greater autonomy over their lands. William Rufus acted swiftly and with determination. To suppress the rebellion, he strategically gained the support of the native English by promising them lower taxes and better treatment. His diplomatic skill in leveraging Anglo-Saxon loyalty proved crucial to his success. Additionally, Rufus adopted aggressive military tactics, besieging and defeating the rebel strongholds. By the end of 1088, the rebellion was quashed, and William II's position as king was temporarily secured. William Rufus's conflict with Robert Curthose. The relationship between William Rufus and Robert Curthose remained tense throughout Rufus's reign. The brothers often found themselves in conflict over control of Normandy and the broader inheritance left by their father. While Robert ruled Normandy, William II sought to expand his influence over his brother's duchy. The brothers even clashed militarily, with both seeking support from various factions of the Anglo-Norman nobility. However, in 1091, William and Robert reached a truce, agreeing to support each other's interests. Robert renounced his claims to the English throne in exchange for William's assistance in maintaining control over Normandy. Though this agreement momentarily halted their rivalry, their uneasy relationship continued to be a central issue in Norman politics. William II would ultimately attempt to seize Normandy during Robert's absence when he joined the First Crusade in 1096, showcasing his relentless ambition. Relations with the Church, conflict with Anselm. One of the most significant controversies of William Rufus's reign was his conflict with the Church, particularly with Archbishop Anselm of Canterbury. William II's relationship with the Church was complex and, at times, antagonistic. He saw the Church as a source of wealth and power, and he was often accused of exploiting ecclesiastical resources for his own benefit. The death of Lanfranc, the Archbishop of Canterbury who had supported William's coronation, created a vacancy in the Church that William II deliberately left unfilled for several years, seizing church lands and revenues in the meantime. It was not until 1093, when Rufus fell seriously ill and feared for his life, that he appointed the highly respected Anselm as the new Archbishop of Canterbury. The relationship between William II and Anselm quickly soured. Anselm was a strong proponent of church reform and clashed with Rufus over issues of ecclesiastical authority and the independence of the Church from royal interference. William II, on the other hand, viewed the Church as a political tool and was unwilling to cede any of his control. This led to a protracted dispute, culminating in Anselm's self-imposed exile in 1097. The conflict with Anselm revealed William II's autocratic tendencies and his determination to assert royal supremacy over the Church. Military campaigns and expansion. Despite internal challenges, William Rufus was an active and ambitious military leader. His reign saw significant efforts to consolidate and expand his realm, particularly in Wales and Scotland. Rufus launched several military campaigns against the Welsh, seeking to extend Norman influence into Wales. These campaigns were brutal and met with limited success, but they demonstrated Rufus's desire to expand Norman rule beyond England. In Scotland, William Rufus faced King Malcolm III, who had repeatedly invaded northern England during his father's reign. Rufus responded with a series of campaigns to secure the northern border. In 1091, Malcolm was forced to submit to William's authority, though relations between the two kingdoms remained fraught. When Malcolm rebelled again in 1093, Rufus led another expedition into Scotland, resulting in Malcolm's death at the Battle of Alnwick. This marked the end of Scottish resistance to William II's rule and secured England's northern border for the remainder of his reign. Death and legacy. The reign of William Rufus came to a sudden and mysterious end on August 2, 1100, when he was killed while hunting in the New Forest. The circumstances of his death have been the subject of much speculation. Officially, it was recorded as an accident, with one of his companions, Walter Tyrrell, allegedly shooting Rufus with an arrow. However, many contemporaries and historians have questioned whether Rufus's death was accidental or part of a deliberate plot to remove him from power. The timing of Rufus's death was suspiciously convenient for his younger brother, Henry, who quickly seized the throne and was crowned King Henry I. Whether or not Rufus's death was the result of foul play, it allowed Henry to consolidate his position and mark a new phase in English history. The legacy of William II Rufus remains contentious. He was widely regarded as a harsh and unpopular ruler by many of his contemporaries, especially due to his conflicts with the Church and his perceived exploitation of his subjects. Yet, he was also a capable and determined leader who successfully defended his throne against internal and external threats. His reign laid the groundwork for the consolidation of Norman rule in England, even if his methods and personality provoked significant controversy. Therefore, William II Rufus, crowned King of England in 1087, remains one of the more enigmatic and controversial figures in English history. His reign was characterized by rebellion, dynastic conflict, and tension with the Church. Despite these challenges, Rufus managed to hold on to power for over a decade, successfully suppressing his enemies and maintaining the integrity of his kingdom. His sudden and mysterious death in 1100 ended his reign but left a lasting legacy of ambition, conflict, and the consolidation of Norman power in England. Thanks for listening. Like and comment. And please subscribe, as that will help us get more videos out to those interested in the Middle Ages. See you next time on Medieval Chronicles 1066. Stay curious. Thomas Becket, canonized as St. Thomas of Canterbury, stands as an emblematic figure in the annals of medieval English history, whose career, ecclesiastical authority, and ultimate martyrdom profoundly reshaped the interplay between church and state. Born on December 21, 1119, in London, Becket emerged from modest Norman origins to occupy one of the most pivotal religious offices in England. His complex and transformative relationship with King Henry II, culminating in his assassination in Canterbury Cathedral in 1170, has left an enduring legacy of moral resistance to political encroachment on ecclesiastical prerogatives. Let's examine Becket's life through the lens of his ascension, conflict with royal authority, and the enduring implications of his martyrdom. Early life and formative education. Thomas Becket's origins are rooted in the mercantile ambitions of his father, Gilbert, a prosperous London merchant of Norman descent, and his mother, Matilda, whose lineage afforded modest property ownership. Despite their socio-economic constraints, the Becket family prioritized intellectual cultivation, which facilitated Thomas's enrollment in London's ecclesiastical schools. Demonstrating an aptitude for rhetoric and intellectual rigor, Becket later pursued advanced studies in Paris. His exposure to scholastic traditions and ecclesiastical legal frameworks at Paris served as a crucible for his development into a formidable cleric and administrator. These formative years not only honed Becket's intellectual abilities but also imbued him with a deep understanding of the interplay between secular and ecclesiastical powers. Upon his return to England, Becket entered the service of Theobald of Bec, then Archbishop of Canterbury. Theobald's mentorship proved instrumental, granting Becket access to elite networks and opportunities to refine his expertise in canon law. Theobald recognized Becket's aptitude, dispatching him to study at Bologna and Auxerre, premier centers of ecclesiastical jurisprudence. These experiences fortified Becket's reputation as a skilled and versatile cleric, paving the way for his rapid ascent within the Church's administrative hierarchy. His growing expertise positioned him as a pivotal figure capable of navigating the complexities of church-state relations. Ascendancy to power and secular alliances. Becket's trajectory intersected decisively with secular power in 1154, when Archbishop Theobald recommended him to King Henry II for the office of Chancellor. As Chancellor, Becket wielded considerable authority over royal finances and legal administration, efficiently consolidating the crown's power while enjoying an intimate rapport with Henry II. His tenure was marked by administrative acuity and a penchant for extravagance that mirrored the grandeur of royal ambition. Becket's ability to manage complex political and financial systems made him indispensable to the king, fostering a bond that transcended mere professional collaboration. This period, characterized by mutual trust and camaraderie between Becket and the king, laid the groundwork for the later rupture that would reverberate throughout Christendom. In 1162, following Theobald's death, Henry II nominated Becket as Archbishop of Canterbury, likely envisioning his trusted confidant as a pliable ally who would subdue the Church's autonomy. However, Becket's elevation to the episcopate precipitated a dramatic transformation. Renouncing his opulent lifestyle, Becket embraced an austere existence, reorienting his priorities toward spiritual integrity and ecclesiastical independence. This metamorphosis initiated a conflict that epitomized the perennial struggle between temporal and spiritual jurisdictions. Becket's newfound role demanded a profound redefinition of his loyalties, pitting his spiritual convictions against his former allegiance to royal authority. The ecclesiastical royal confrontation. Becket's tenure as archbishop quickly became embroiled in the contentious debate over the constitutions of Clarendon in 1164. These legislative measures sought to curtail clerical privileges, including the autonomy of church courts and the unfettered exercise of papal authority in England. Initially acquiescing under duress, Becket soon recanted, asserting the supremacy of ecclesiastical law and rejecting royal interference. His stance, uncompromising and resolute, positioned him as a defender of canonical principles against the encroachments of secular governance. This defiance underscored the broader ideological clash between the emerging centralized monarchy and the enduring influence of the Church. The escalating confrontation forced Becket into exile in France, where he garnered the support of Pope Alexander III and sympathetic European monarchs. During his 6-year exile, Becket articulated a vision of ecclesiastical sovereignty that resonated across Christendom, consolidating his stature as a symbol of resistance. His correspondence with the papacy and influential figures across Europe reinforced his position as a defender of church autonomy. Despite protracted negotiations and intermittent reconciliatory overtures, Becket's return to England in 1170 was fraught with tension. His excommunication of royalist bishops exacerbated the king's ire, setting the stage for the fateful events that would follow. Martyrdom and canonization. On December 29, 1170, 4 knights, Reginald Fitzurse, Hugh de Morville, William de Tracy, and Richard le Breton, confronted Becket in Canterbury Cathedral. Acting on what they perceived to be an implicit royal mandate, the knights murdered Becket in a gruesome act of sacrilege at the altar. The shocking violence of this event reverberated across Europe, galvanizing widespread veneration of Becket as a martyr who had sacrificed his life to uphold the sanctity of the Church. The symbolism of his death underscored the inherent tensions between spiritual authority and temporal power, igniting widespread debates on the legitimacy of such conflicts. Becket's martyrdom elicited immediate repercussions for Henry II, who faced condemnation and was compelled to undertake public acts of penance, including a barefoot pilgrimage to Canterbury and a ritual flogging by monks. These gestures underscored the profound moral authority wielded by the Church in shaping political accountability. In 1173, Pope Alexander III canonized Becket, elevating him to sainthood. His tomb in Canterbury Cathedral became an epicenter of medieval pilgrimage, immortalized in Geoffrey Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales. The economic and spiritual significance of his shrine further entrenched his legacy in the medieval consciousness. Legacy, a clash of powers. Becket's legacy is inextricably linked to the enduring dialectic between ecclesiastical autonomy and secular authority. His defiance of royal encroachments reinforced the principle of clerical independence, a cornerstone of canon law that would resonate in subsequent centuries. Becket's martyrdom not only underscored the ethical imperatives of spiritual leadership but also illuminated the fragility of monarchic supremacy when confronted with moral conviction. His life and death embodied the complexities of navigating competing allegiances in a world where religious and political spheres were deeply intertwined. The shrine of St. Thomas Becket became a focal point of medieval religious life, attracting pilgrims who sought spiritual intercession and healing. However, the enduring prominence of his cult rendered it a target during the English Reformation. In 1538, under the aegis of Henry VIII, Becket's shrine was desecrated, and his legacy was denounced as emblematic of papal subversion. This act of destruction symbolized the shifting tides of religious and political authority in Tudor England. Despite these efforts, Becket's story endured, cementing his place as a symbol of resistance to authoritarianism. Cultural and intellectual reverberations. Beyond his historical and religious significance, Becket's life and martyrdom have inspired enduring cultural and intellectual engagement. T.S. Eliot's Murder in the Cathedral and Jean Anouilh's Becket dramatized the moral and existential dilemmas inherent in his defiance of royal power. These works illuminate the perennial tension between duty to conscience and allegiance to temporal authority, rendering Becket's story a timeless parable of ethical fortitude. Additionally, Becket's life has been the subject of scholarly inquiry, reflecting its relevance to broader discussions on the intersection of faith, politics, and societal structures. Thomas Becket occupies a singular place in the history of medieval Europe as a figure whose principled resistance to royal overreach redefined the boundaries of ecclesiastical authority. His transition from a royal confidant to an unwavering advocate for the Church epitomizes the complexities of power, loyalty, and spiritual conviction. Becket's martyrdom catalyzed profound transformations in the political and religious landscape of England, solidifying his legacy as a paragon of moral courage. Through his life and death, Becket exemplifies the enduring struggle to reconcile temporal power with spiritual integrity, a narrative that continues to resonate across the centuries. His enduring influence reflects the timeless challenge of balancing authority, faith, and justice in an ever-evolving societal framework. Thanks for listening. Like, comment, and subscribe to Medieval Chronicles 1066 for more journeys back to the Middle Ages. Stay curious.
Sacro coniunctis tuum.
Thomas Becket, canonized as St. Thomas of Canterbury, stands as an emblematic figure in the annals of medieval English history, whose career, ecclesiastical authority, and ultimate martyrdom profoundly reshaped the interplay between church and state. Born on December 21, 1119, in London, Becket emerged from modest Norman origins to occupy one of the most pivotal religious offices in England. His complex and transformative relationship with King Henry II, culminating in his assassination in Canterbury Cathedral in 1170, has left an enduring legacy of moral resistance to political encroachment on ecclesiastical prerogatives. Let's examine Becket's life through the lens of his ascension, conflict with royal authority, and the enduring implications of his martyrdom. Early life and formative education. Thomas Becket's origins are rooted in the mercantile ambitions of his father, Gilbert, a prosperous London merchant of Norman descent, and his mother, Matilda, whose lineage afforded modest property ownership. Despite their socio-economic constraints, the Becket family prioritized intellectual cultivation, which facilitated Thomas's enrollment in London's ecclesiastical schools. Demonstrating an aptitude for rhetoric and intellectual rigor, Becket later pursued advanced studies in Paris. His exposure to scholastic traditions and ecclesiastical legal frameworks at Paris served as a crucible for his development into a formidable cleric and administrator. These formative years not only honed Becket's intellectual abilities but also imbued him with a deep understanding of the interplay between secular and ecclesiastical powers. Upon his return to England, Becket entered the service of Theobald of Bec, then Archbishop of Canterbury. Theobald's mentorship proved instrumental, granting Becket access to elite networks and opportunities to refine his expertise in canon law. Theobald recognized Becket's aptitude, dispatching him to study at Bologna and Auxerre, premier centers of ecclesiastical jurisprudence. These experiences fortified Becket's reputation as a skilled and versatile cleric, paving the way for his rapid ascent within the Church's administrative hierarchy. His growing expertise positioned him as a pivotal figure capable of navigating the complexities of church-state relations. Ascendancy to power and secular alliances. Becket's trajectory intersected decisively with secular power in 1154, when Archbishop Theobald recommended him to King Henry II for the office of Chancellor. As Chancellor, Becket wielded considerable authority over royal finances and legal administration, efficiently consolidating the crown's power while enjoying an intimate rapport with Henry II. His tenure was marked by administrative acuity and a penchant for extravagance that mirrored the grandeur of royal ambition. Becket's ability to manage complex political and financial systems made him indispensable to the king, fostering a bond that transcended mere professional collaboration. This period, characterized by mutual trust and camaraderie between Becket and the king, laid the groundwork for the later rupture that would reverberate throughout Christendom. In 1162, following Theobald's death, Henry II nominated Becket as Archbishop of Canterbury, likely envisioning his trusted confidant as a pliable ally who would subdue the Church's autonomy. However, Becket's elevation to the episcopate precipitated a dramatic transformation. Renouncing his opulent lifestyle, Becket embraced an austere existence, reorienting his priorities toward spiritual integrity and ecclesiastical independence. This metamorphosis initiated a conflict that epitomized the perennial struggle between temporal and spiritual jurisdictions. Becket's newfound role demanded a profound redefinition of his loyalties, pitting his spiritual convictions against his former allegiance to royal authority. The ecclesiastical royal confrontation. Becket's tenure as archbishop quickly became embroiled in the contentious debate over the constitutions of Clarendon in 1164. These legislative measures sought to curtail clerical privileges, including the autonomy of church courts and the unfettered exercise of papal authority in England. Initially acquiescing under duress, Becket soon recanted, asserting the supremacy of ecclesiastical law and rejecting royal interference. His stance, uncompromising and resolute, positioned him as a defender of canonical principles against the encroachments of secular governance. This defiance underscored the broader ideological clash between the emerging centralized monarchy and the enduring influence of the Church. The escalating confrontation forced Becket into exile in France, where he garnered the support of Pope Alexander III and sympathetic European monarchs. During his 6-year exile, Becket articulated a vision of ecclesiastical sovereignty that resonated across Christendom, consolidating his stature as a symbol of resistance. His correspondence with the papacy and influential figures across Europe reinforced his position as a defender of church autonomy. Despite protracted negotiations and intermittent reconciliatory overtures, Becket's return to England in 1170 was fraught with tension. His excommunication of royalist bishops exacerbated the king's ire, setting the stage for the fateful events that would follow. Martyrdom and canonization. On December 29, 1170, 4 knights, Reginald Fitzurse, Hugh de Morville, William de Tracy, and Richard le Breton, confronted Becket in Canterbury Cathedral. Acting on what they perceived to be an implicit royal mandate, the knights murdered Becket in a gruesome act of sacrilege at the altar. The shocking violence of this event reverberated across Europe, galvanizing widespread veneration of Becket as a martyr who had sacrificed his life to uphold the sanctity of the Church. The symbolism of his death underscored the inherent tensions between spiritual authority and temporal power, igniting widespread debates on the legitimacy of such conflicts. Becket's martyrdom elicited immediate repercussions for Henry II, who faced condemnation and was compelled to undertake public acts of penance, including a barefoot pilgrimage to Canterbury and a ritual flogging by monks. These gestures underscored the profound moral authority wielded by the Church in shaping political accountability. In 1173, Pope Alexander III canonized Becket, elevating him to sainthood. His tomb in Canterbury Cathedral became an epicenter of medieval pilgrimage, immortalized in Geoffrey Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales. The economic and spiritual significance of his shrine further entrenched his legacy in the medieval consciousness. Legacy, a clash of powers. Becket's legacy is inextricably linked to the enduring dialectic between ecclesiastical autonomy and secular authority. His defiance of royal encroachments reinforced the principle of clerical independence, a cornerstone of canon law that would resonate in subsequent centuries. Becket's martyrdom not only underscored the ethical imperatives of spiritual leadership but also illuminated the fragility of monarchic supremacy when confronted with moral conviction. His life and death embodied the complexities of navigating competing allegiances in a world where religious and political spheres were deeply intertwined. The shrine of St. Thomas Becket became a focal point of medieval religious life, attracting pilgrims who sought spiritual intercession and healing. However, the enduring prominence of his cult rendered it a target during the English Reformation. In 1538, under the aegis of Henry VIII, Becket's shrine was desecrated, and his legacy was denounced as emblematic of papal subversion. This act of destruction symbolized the shifting tides of religious and political authority in Tudor England. Despite these efforts, Becket's story endured, cementing his place as a symbol of resistance to authoritarianism. Cultural and intellectual reverberations. Beyond his historical and religious significance, Becket's life and martyrdom have inspired enduring cultural and intellectual engagement. T.S. Eliot's Murder in the Cathedral and Jean Anouilh's Becket dramatized the moral and existential dilemmas inherent in his defiance of royal power. These works illuminate the perennial tension between duty to conscience and allegiance to temporal authority, rendering Becket's story a timeless parable of ethical fortitude. Additionally, Becket's life has been the subject of scholarly inquiry, reflecting its relevance to broader discussions on the intersection of faith, politics, and societal structures. Thomas Becket occupies a singular place in the history of medieval Europe as a figure whose principled resistance to royal overreach redefined the boundaries of ecclesiastical authority. His transition from a royal confidant to an unwavering advocate for the Church epitomizes the complexities of power, loyalty, and spiritual conviction. Becket's martyrdom catalyzed profound transformations in the political and religious landscape of England, solidifying his legacy as a paragon of moral courage. Through his life and death, Becket exemplifies the enduring struggle to reconcile temporal power with spiritual integrity, a narrative that continues to resonate across the centuries. His enduring influence reflects the timeless challenge of balancing authority, faith, and justice in an ever-evolving societal framework. Thanks for listening. Like, comment, and subscribe to Medieval Chronicles 1066 for more journeys back to the Middle Ages. Stay curious.
Potentia Dio,
Charter of Liberties and the Baron's Oath at St. Edmunds, a precursor to Magna Carta. The Charter of Liberties, issued by King Henry I in 1100, is one of the earliest attempts to place constraints on the power of the English monarchy. Although its promises faded from prominence during the 12th century, the document resurfaced in 1214 when a group of discontented barons found a copy and drew inspiration from its principles. Swearing an oath at the altar of St. Edmunds in Bury St. Edmunds on November 20, 1214, these barons united to demand King John acknowledge their rights, laying the groundwork for the drafting of Magna Carta in 1215. Let us examine the origins and significance of the Charter of Liberties, the events leading to the Barons' Rebellion, the oath taken at St. Edmunds, and the enduring constitutional legacy of their actions. The Charter of Liberties of 1100, Origins and Promises. When Henry I ascended the English throne in 1100 following the unexpected death of his brother William II, Rufus, he faced a crisis of legitimacy. Henry's rule was contested by his elder brother, Robert Curthose, Duke of Normandy, and many Anglo-Norman barons were deeply dissatisfied with the oppressive rule of William II. To secure his position, Henry issued the Charter of Liberties, a written declaration that sought to win the support of the barons and the church by addressing widespread grievances about royal governance. The Charter of Liberties promised to abolish many abuses of royal power that had flourished under William II. Henry pledged to reduce the arbitrary imposition of fines, limit royal interference in the church, and reform the exploitative practices associated with royal forest laws. For example, the Charter promised that widows would not be forced into marriage against their will, a common means for the crown to extort wealth from noble families. Henry also vowed to uphold the rights of the Church, which had been undermined during his brother's reign. The Charter also addressed systemic issues of governance. It emphasized that justice should be fairly administered and that the king would not sell or deny it to anyone. This principle of fair justice laid an early foundation for the later concept of due process. While the Charter of Liberties was not consistently enforced during Henry's reign, its symbolic significance was undeniable. It provided a blueprint for what a just relationship between the monarchy and its subjects could look like. While largely forgotten during the reigns of Henry's successors, the Charter of Liberties resurfaced over a century later as a tool for resistance. Its re-emergence highlights how historical documents can acquire new meanings and serve as powerful symbols in changing political contexts. The tyranny of King John and rising discontent. King John's reign, 1199 to 1216, was marred by military failures, financial extortion, and political conflict. John inherited a kingdom already under pressure but exacerbated its difficulties through his actions. His loss of Normandy to King Philip II of France in 1204 was a major blow to England's prestige and economy, and John's efforts to reclaim his lost territories drained the royal treasury. His military campaigns were poorly executed and expensive, resulting in heavy taxation that alienated his barons. John's relationship with the Church further destabilized his rule. His refusal to accept Stephen Langton as Archbishop of Canterbury led to a prolonged conflict with Pope Innocent III, culminating in England's excommunication in 1209 and an interdict that suspended religious services. Although John eventually reconciled with the Pope in 1213, his prolonged defiance deepened resentment among the clergy and his barons. Perhaps most infuriating to the barons were John's exploitative fiscal policies. He frequently levied scutage, a tax paid by knights to avoid military service, and imposed exorbitant fines for the inheritance of land. His arbitrary seizure of property and the abuse of feudal customs further eroded his support. By 1214, dissatisfaction with John's rule had reached a tipping point, and his defeat at the Battle of Bouvines that year left him politically vulnerable. The symbolism of St. Edmund's Church. The choice of St. Edmund's Church as the site of the Baron's Oath was deeply symbolic. St. Edmund, the patron saint of England before St. George, was celebrated as a martyr king who had died defending his people from Viking invaders in the 9th century. His shrine at Bury St. Edmunds was one of the most significant religious sites in England, drawing pilgrims from across the country. By gathering at the altar of St. Edmunds, the barons aligned themselves with the saint's legacy of justice, sacrifice, and resistance to tyranny. This act underscored the moral righteousness of their cause. Furthermore, St. Edmund's status as a symbol of national identity lent additional weight to their rebellion. The barons' choice of location emphasized that their grievances against King John were not merely personal or regional but tied to the broader interests of the English people. The oath sworn at St. Edmunds also carried a sense of divine authority. In medieval society, oaths taken on sacred relics or in holy places were considered binding in both spiritual and temporal realms. The barons' public commitment in such a setting sent a powerful message to King John. Their demands were grounded not only in historical precedent but also in divine justice. The discovery of the Charter of Liberties. Amid this growing opposition, the Charter of Liberties was rediscovered by reform-minded nobles. The document's principles of limited royal authority and respect for baronial rights provided a powerful precedent for challenging John's arbitrary rule. While the charter had not been consistently enforced during the 12th century, it represented an early acknowledgement that the king's power could be checked by law. The barons saw in it a tool for justifying their demands and legitimizing their rebellion. From the Charter of Liberties to Magna Carta. The barons' rebellion ultimately forced John to negotiate. In January 1215, they presented him with a list of demands, many of which echoed the grievances addressed in the Charter of Liberties. These demands were formalized in Magna Carta, sealed at Runnymede on June 15, 1215. While Magna Carta went beyond the Charter of Liberties in some respects, introducing provisions for due process, the protection of widows' inheritances, and limitations on taxation, its core principles of limited monarchy and baronial rights were deeply rooted in Henry I's earlier document. Magna Carta also introduced mechanisms for enforcing its terms, including the creation of a council of barons to oversee the king's compliance. This innovation marked an important step toward the concept of accountability in governance, a theme that would resonate in subsequent constitutional developments. The long-term legacy. The barons' actions at St. Edmunds and their invocation of the Charter of Liberties were significant not only for their immediate impact, but also for their long-term legacy. By drawing on a historical precedent, the barons established the principle that royal power could and should be constrained by law. This idea became a cornerstone of constitutionalism, influencing the development of governance in England and beyond. Magna Carta, though initially a practical solution to a political crisis, became a symbol of the rule of law and individual rights. Its principles informed the provisions of Oxford, 1258, the Petition of Right, 1628, and the English Bill of Rights, 1689. Across the Atlantic, Magna Carta's legacy inspired American revolutionaries in their struggle for independence, shaping foundational documents such as the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution. Conclusion. The discovery of King Henry I's Charter of Liberties and the Baron's Oath at St. Edmunds in 1214 were pivotal moments in the struggle to limit monarchical power and establish the rule of law. The Charter provided a historical precedent that legitimized the barons' demands, while their oath symbolized their unity and resolve. These events culminated in the creation of Magna Carta, a document that transformed medieval governance and laid the foundation for modern constitutionalism. The barons' defiance serves as a powerful reminder of the enduring importance of collective action, historical precedent, and the pursuit of justice in the face of tyranny. Thanks for listening. Like, comment, and subscribe to Medieval Chronicles 1066 for more journeys back to the Middle Ages. Stay curious. Have you heard that Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, was posthumously absolved of heresy? The story of Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, is one of tragedy, intrigue, and ultimate vindication. The Templar Order, once one of the most powerful and revered military orders in medieval Christendom, was brought to a sudden and dramatic end during Molay's tenure as Grand Master. His execution in 1314 marked not just the end of his life but also the symbolic demise of the Templars. However, the narrative did not conclude with his death. 7 centuries later, in 2007, Jacques de Molay was posthumously absolved of the heresy charges that had condemned him. Let's explore the life, trial, execution, and posthumous absolution of Jacques de Molay, reflecting on the significance of these events in the broader context of medieval and modern history. The rise of Jacques de Molay and the Knights Templar. Jacques de Molay was born in 1243 in the Free County of Burgundy, which is present-day France. He joined the Knights Templar in 1265 at a young age, inspired by the order's reputation for piety, discipline, and martial prowess. By 1292, Molay had risen through the ranks to become the Grand Master of the order, leading it during a period of immense challenge and transformation. The Templar Order was founded in 1119 to protect Christian pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land. Over the centuries, it grew into a formidable military and financial organization, wielding considerable power across Europe and the Near East. However, by the late 13th century, the Crusades had largely failed, and the Templars, like other Crusader orders, were struggling to maintain their relevance and influence. Under Molay's leadership, the Templars sought to regroup and redefine their mission. However, the loss of Acre in 1291, the last Christian stronghold in the Holy Land, was a devastating blow to the order. The Templars retreated to Cyprus, where they attempted to rebuild and prepare for a new crusade that would never materialize. Despite these challenges, the Templars remained wealthy and powerful, owning vast estates and acting as bankers to monarchs across Europe, a fact that would ultimately contribute to their downfall. The fall of the Templars. The downfall of the Knights Templar is often attributed to the machinations of King Philip IV of France, known as Philip the Fair. By the early 14th century, Philip found himself deeply indebted to the Templars, who had financed many of his military campaigns. Additionally, the Templars' independence and wealth posed a threat to his authority. Seeing an opportunity to eliminate this powerful rival and seize their assets, Philip began plotting against the order. On Friday, October 13, 1307, a date that would later become associated with superstition and fear, Philip ordered the arrest of Jacques de Molay and hundreds of other Templars across France. They were accused of heresy, idolatry, and various other crimes, including blasphemy and sodomy. These charges were based on dubious evidence, much of which was extracted under torture. The most damning accusation was that the Templars had renounced Christ and engaged in secret, heretical rituals. Under extreme duress, many Templars, including Molay, confessed to these charges, though Molay later recanted his confession, insisting that it had been obtained through torture. Despite his retraction, the damage was done. The confessions provided Philip with the pretext he needed to disband the order and confiscate its assets. The Pope, Clement V, who was heavily influenced by Philip, reluctantly agreed to dissolve the Templars in 1312 at the Council of Vienne, although he never officially condemned them as heretics. The execution of Jacques de Molay. In March 1314, after years of imprisonment and repeated interrogations, Jacques de Molay and other senior Templar leaders were sentenced to death by burning. On March 18, 1314, Molay was led to a scaffold on the Isle de la site in Paris, where he and Geoffrey de Charny, preceptor of Normandy, were to be executed. According to contemporary accounts, Molay maintained his innocence and the innocence of the Templar Order until the very end. He is said to have proclaimed from the flames that God would avenge their deaths, and legend has it that both King Philip and Pope Clement died within a year of his execution, seen by some as divine retribution. The death of Molay marked the end of the Knights Templar as a formal organization. However, the legacy of the Templars lived on in myth and legend, fueling speculation and conspiracy theories for centuries to come. For many, Molay became a symbol of steadfastness and martyrdom, an innocent victim of political machinations. The posthumous absolution. The charges against the Templars and Molay were widely believed for centuries, but there were always those who questioned the fairness of the trials and the veracity of the accusations. The medieval historian Jean Joinville, for example, expressed skepticism about the evidence presented against the Templars, and some contemporaries saw the trials as a thinly veiled effort by Philip to seize the order's wealth. In 2001, a remarkable discovery was made in the Vatican's secret archives, a document known as the Chinon Parchment. This document, dating back to August 1308, revealed that Pope Clement V had absolved Jacques de Molay and other Templar leaders of heresy after their initial confessions. The parchment indicated that Clement had intended to reform the order rather than dissolve it, but political pressure from King Philip had forced his hand. The discovery of the Chinon parchment cast a new light on the Templar trials, suggesting that the order had been the victim of a grave injustice. In 2007, the Vatican officially acknowledged the Chinon parchment and published it as part of a limited edition volume, effectively clearing the Templars and Molay of the heresy charges that had led to their downfall. This posthumous absolution, while largely symbolic, was significant. It corrected the historical record and recognized that the Templars had been unjustly condemned. The legacy of Jacques de Molay and the Knights Templar. The absolution of Jacques de Molay in 2007 did not just rehabilitate the image of one man, it also invited a re-examination of the broader historical narrative surrounding the Knights Templar. The Templars, long shrouded in mystery and controversy, have been variously portrayed as pious warriors, heretical conspirators, and tragic martyrs. The posthumous absolution of de Molay supports the view that the Templars were victims of a politically motivated campaign rather than genuine heretics. In the centuries since their dissolution, the Templars have become a fixture of popular culture and historical curiosity. They have been featured in countless books, films, and conspiracy theories, often depicted as guardians of secret knowledge or treasures. The mythologization of the Templars can be traced back to the dramatic events of the early 14th century, particularly the trials and execution of Molay. Jacques de Molay himself has become a symbol of loyalty and sacrifice. His refusal to confess to crimes he did not commit, even in the face of death, has been admired by many as an example of integrity and courage. The circumstances of his trial and execution, coupled with the subsequent absolution, have ensured that his name is remembered not just as the last Grand Master of the Templars, but also as a martyr to injustice. The life and legacy of Jacques de Molay offer a compelling glimpse into the complexities of medieval power, religion, and justice. As the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, Molay presided over the order during one of the most turbulent periods in its history. His tragic death marked the end of the Templars as a powerful military and financial force, but it also sowed the seeds of a legend that would endure for centuries. The posthumous absolution of Molay and the Templars in 2007 was a significant moment in the reassessment of medieval history. It acknowledged the wrongful condemnation of the Templars and highlighted the extent to which political motives can shape the course of justice. For historians and the general public alike, the story of Jacques de Molay serves as a reminder of the dangers of unchecked power and the enduring importance of truth and justice. Thanks for listening. Like and comment. And please subscribe, as that will help us get more videos out to those interested in the Middle Ages. See you next time on Medieval Chronicles 1066. Stay curious. The death of John Wycliffe in 1384, a transformative moment in ecclesiastical history. John Wycliffe, frequently heralded as the morning star of the Reformation, occupies a seminal position in the historiography of Christianity. His death in 1384 did not merely mark the conclusion of a life defined by intellectual rigor and theological dissent, it encapsulated a pivotal juncture in the protracted struggle over ecclesiastical authority, biblical accessibility, and the moral underpinnings of Christian governance. Wycliffe's theological innovations, trenchant critiques of clerical corruption, and advocacy for vernacular scripture sowed seeds of reform that would germinate in subsequent centuries, culminating in the Protestant Reformation. Let's comprehensively analyze Wycliffe's intellectual trajectory, his doctrinal contributions, and the enduring legacy of his radical vision for Christian praxis. Intellectual formation within a context of turmoil. Born circa 1320 in the Yorkshire village of Hipswell, John Wycliffe came of age within a milieu characterized by profound socio-political upheaval and ecclesiastical hegemony. Oxford University, where he commenced his intellectual journey, was a nexus of scholastic inquiry and dialectical debate. Wycliffe's precocious aptitude for philosophy and theology earned him the distinction of Master of Balliol College and subsequently a doctorate in divinity, securing his place among the preeminent intellectuals of 14th-century England. Oxford's scholastic tradition, rooted in the works of Augustine, Aquinas, and Aristotle, profoundly influenced Wycliffe's approach to theology. Yet, his exegetical and philosophical rigor often led him to conclusions that diverged sharply from prevailing ecclesiastical interpretations. Central to Wycliffe's intellectual orientation was a radical reappraisal of scriptural primacy over ecclesiastical dogma, an assertion that placed him in direct conflict with the hierarchical structures of the medieval church. The broader socio-political context of Wycliffe's formative years cannot be understated. The 14th century witnessed recurring plague pandemics, most notably the Black Death, which decimated populations and eroded the Church's perceived moral authority. Concurrently, events such as the Peasants' Revolt of 1381 illuminated the fissures within feudal hierarchies, exposing systemic inequities that resonated with Wycliffe's calls for ecclesiastical and societal reform. Doctrinal innovations and ecclesiastical critique. Wycliffe's theological oeuvre is characterized by an unwavering commitment to the authority of Scripture. Rejecting the hierarchical and sacerdotal paradigms of the medieval Church, he posited that the Bible alone constituted the ultimate arbiter of Christian doctrine, a principle later encapsulated in the Reformation tenet of sola scriptura. In seminal works such as De Civili Dominio, on civil dominion, and De Ecclesia, on the Church, Wycliffe articulated a scathing critique of papal authority, clerical wealth, and sacramental theology. Perhaps most controversial was Wycliffe's repudiation of transubstantiation, the doctrine asserting that the Eucharistic elements become the actual body and blood of Christ. Arguing that this dogma lacked scriptural substantiation, Wycliffe deemed it an aberration from early Christian praxis. His theological dissent extended beyond sacramental disputes to encompass a broader indictment of clerical corruption, castigating the clergy for their avarice and ostentation while advocating for a church modeled on apostolic poverty and moral rectitude. Integral to Wycliffe's doctrinal framework was his political philosophy, which posited that legitimate authority, whether secular or ecclesiastical, derived from moral integrity and service to the common good. This conflation of theological and political reform underscored the multidimensional nature of his critique, situating Wycliffe as both a spiritual and socio-political reformer. The Vernacular Bible, a democratization of religious knowledge. Wycliffe's enduring legacy is perhaps most vividly embodied in his advocacy for translating the Bible into the vernacular. In an era when the Latin Vulgate was monopolized by the clerical elite, Wycliffe's insistence on vernacular scripture represented a profound democratization of religious knowledge. By making the Bible accessible to lay Christians, Wycliffe undermined the ecclesiastical monopoly on scriptural interpretation and empowered individuals to engage directly with the foundational texts of their faith. The translation of the Bible into Middle English, a monumental undertaking completed by Wycliffe's followers, was both a logistical and intellectual feat lacking the technological advantages of the printing press. Each manuscript was laboriously copied by hand, reflecting the extraordinary dedication of Wycliffe's adherents. This endeavor not only facilitated wider access to biblical texts, but also catalyzed a cultural shift toward individual engagement with sacred writings, thereby eroding the interpretive hegemony of the Church. The ramifications of Wycliffe's translational enterprise extended far beyond theological discourse. By advocating for direct access to Scripture, Wycliffe fostered a sense of personal religious responsibility, presaging the cultural transformations of the Renaissance and Reformation. His vision anticipated the broader democratization of knowledge, challenging hierarchical paradigms that had long defined ecclesiastical and intellectual life. Ecclesiastical opposition and the Lollard movement. Wycliffe's theological and translational endeavors inevitably incited the ire of the Catholic Church. In 1377, Pope Gregory XI issued 5 papal bulls condemning Wycliffe's teachings as heretical and demanding his prosecution. Despite these formal denunciations, Wycliffe's association with politically influential figures, such as John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, provided him with a degree of protection, enabling him to continue his reformist activities. The dissemination of Wycliffe's ideas through the Lollard movement further exacerbated tensions with the Church. This clandestine network of lay preachers and reform-minded clerics propagated Wycliffe's critiques of clerical corruption and his emphasis on personal piety. While the Lollards faced severe repression, their resilience ensured the persistence of Wycliffe's intellectual legacy, illustrating the enduring appeal of his vision for ecclesiastical and societal reform. The conflict between Wycliffe and the Church epitomized the broader challenges faced by reformist movements. His critiques, which targeted both doctrinal and structural dimensions of medieval Christianity, presaged the confrontations that would characterize subsequent reform efforts. Wycliffe's holistic challenge to ecclesiastical authority positioned him as a forerunner of the Protestant Reformation, whose leaders would similarly grapple with the entrenched power of the institutional Church. Death, posthumous condemnation, and enduring influence. John Wycliffe's death on December 31, 1384, following a stroke, did not signify the cessation of his influence. In 1415, the Council of Constance declared him a heretic, and in 1428, Pope Martin V ordered the exhumation and burning of his remains. This symbolic act of posthumous retribution, intended to suppress his legacy, paradoxically underscored the enduring potency of Wycliffe's ideas. The dispersal of Wycliffe's ashes into the river Swift became an apt metaphor for the diffusion of his teachings across Europe. Reformers such as Jan Hus drew inspiration from Wycliffe's writings, incorporating his critiques of clerical corruption and his emphasis on scriptural authority into their own theological frameworks. Hus's martyrdom in 1415 galvanized reformist movements, establishing a direct intellectual and spiritual lineage between Wycliffe and the Protestant Reformation. The posthumous condemnation of Wycliffe underscores the profound threat his ideas pose to ecclesiastical orthodoxy. Yet, these efforts to suppress his legacy inadvertently amplified his influence, ensuring that his vision of a reformed and accessible church resonated across subsequent generations. Wycliffe's enduring legacy. John Wycliffe's life and work constitute a transformative chapter in the history of Christianity. His theological innovations, incisive critiques of ecclesiastical corruption, and pioneering efforts in Bible translation established him as a foundational figure in the trajectory of Christian reform. Although he did not witness the seismic shifts of the Reformation, his ideas provided the intellectual scaffolding for these movements, shaping the contours of modern Protestantism. Wycliffe remains a symbol of intellectual courage and moral conviction, exemplifying the enduring power of ideas to challenge entrenched authority. His legacy invites continued reflection on the dynamic interplay between faith, authority, and individual agency, underscoring the transformative potential of reform in the pursuit of a more authentic and inclusive Christianity. Thanks for listening. Like, comment, and subscribe to Medieval Chronicles 1066 for more journeys back to the Middle Ages. Stay curious.
Who was Richard Whiting? Why was he the last abbot of Glastonbury? Why is he considered a martyr for his faith? Welcome to Medieval Chronicles 1066. Richard Whiting, Order of Saint Benedict, 1461, November 15th, 1539, holds a significant place in English history as the last abbot of Glastonbury and a martyr of the Catholic Church. His tenure coincided with the dissolution of the monasteries, 1536 to 1541, under King Henry VIII, a turbulent period that ultimately led to his execution for treason due to his unwavering loyalty to Rome. Whiting's life and death offer poignant insights into the religious and political upheavals of 16th century England. Let's delve into Whiting's early life, education, ecclesiastical career, the flourishing and fall of Glastonbury Abbey under his leadership, his trial and execution, and his legacy. Early life and education. Richard Whiting was born around 1461 near Rington, Somerset. His early education took place at Glastonbury Abbey, one of the oldest and wealthiest monasteries in England. This institution was not only a center of spiritual life, but also a hub of economic and cultural activities. The monks of Glastonbury were renowned for their scholarly pursuits and dedication to preserving Christian teachings and knowledge. Whiting's formative years were profoundly influenced by this environment, nurturing his intellectual and spiritual development. Following his initial education at Glastonbury, Whiting continued his studies at the monks' hostel at Cambridge University. In 1483, he graduated with a Master of Arts, M.A. degree, receiving a robust theological and philosophical foundation. Cambridge was one of Europe's leading academic institutions, and Whiting's time there equipped him with the knowledge and skills necessary to navigate the complex religious landscape of his time. Ecclesiastical career. Whiting was ordained as a deacon in 1500 and as a priest in 1501, marking the beginning of his lifelong commitment to the church and monastic life. His return to Cambridge in 1505 to pursue a doctoral degree underscored his dedication to his religious vocation and desire to further his theological education. At Glastonbury, he served as camerarius, overseeing the dormitory, lavatory, and wardrobe. This role reflected his managerial acumen and dedication to the monastic community, responsibilities that required both organizational skills and a deep understanding of monastic discipline. Following the death of Abbot Richard Beer in 1525, the monks of Glastonbury elected Whiting as Beer's successor through a process known as per formam compromissi, which allowed a higher-ranking individual to make the final decision. Cardinal Thomas Wolsey, with King Henry VIII's approval, appointed Whiting as the new abbot. Wolsey's choice was a testament to Whiting's reputation for piety, intelligence, and leadership. The first decade of his leadership was marked by prosperity and peace, with Whiting esteemed for his sober and caring spiritual leadership and his effective management of the abbey's daily affairs. Glastonbury Abbey under Whiting. Glastonbury Abbey, one of the wealthiest and most influential monasteries in England, thrived under Whiting's stewardship. The abbey housed around 100 monks and served as an educational institution for the sons of the nobility and gentry, preparing them for university education. The abbey's wealth stemmed from its extensive landholdings, agricultural production, and its role as a pilgrimage site. As the abbot of Glastonbury, Whiting was a peer of the realm and managed extensive estates, underscoring the abbey's significant socio-economic role. Whiting's leadership was characterized by a balance of spiritual devotion and practical management. He maintained the abbey's financial stability, oversaw the maintenance of its buildings, and ensured the monks adhered to the rule of Saint Benedict. His tenure saw the continuation of Glastonbury's traditions of scholarship and hospitality, with the abbey remaining a vibrant center of religious life and learning. In 1534, Whiting signed his assent to the Act of Supremacy, acknowledging King Henry VIII as the supreme head of the Church of England. Despite this, Royal Commissioner Richard Leighton was sent to inspect Glastonbury Abbey, finding it in good order but suspending Whiting's jurisdiction over Glastonbury town. Small management injunctions were issued, and assurances were given that the abbey was safe from dissolution. However, the 1535 Suppression of Religious Houses Act signaled the potential threat to even the great abbeys. This act, which led to the dissolution of smaller monasteries, was a harbinger of the broader campaign against monastic institutions, driven by the Crown's desire to consolidate power and seize monastic wealth. The fall of Glastonbury Abbey. By January 1539, Glastonbury Abbey remained the sole surviving monastery in Somerset. Whiting refused to surrender the abbey, which was not covered by the Act for the Suppression of Lesser Houses. His refusal to capitulate reflected his deep commitment to his monastic vows and his belief in the abbey's spiritual mission. On September 19, 1539, Royal Commissioners Leighton, Richard Pollard, and Thomas Moyle arrived unexpectedly at Glastonbury, ordered by Thomas Cromwell to find faults and facilitate the abbey's closure. Their thorough search uncovered money and plate hidden in vaults, and rumors suggested other valuables had been moved to other abbey estates. Whiting, now elderly and frail, was taken to the Tower of London for examination by Cromwell. The exact charges leading to his arrest and subsequent execution remain unclear, but it is generally accepted that he was accused of treason. Cromwell's remembrances indicate a predetermined outcome, with entries suggesting Whiting's trial and execution were already decided. The precise nature of Whiting's alleged crimes remains a matter of historical debate. Some accounts suggest he was accused of hiding treasures and supporting the papal cause against the king's supremacy. Others point to the discovery of documents defending Queen Catherine, Henry's first wife, as evidence of Whiting's opposition to the king's marital policies. Regardless of the specifics, it is clear that Whiting's execution was driven by the broader context of Henry VIII's campaign to eradicate monastic resistance and consolidate royal authority. Trial and execution. As a member of the House of Lords, Whiting should have been tried and condemned by an Act of Parliament, but his execution occurred before Parliament convened. This extrajudicial execution underscores the ruthlessness of Cromwell's approach and the precariousness of Whiting's position. He was returned to Glastonbury with Pollard, arriving in Wells on November 14, 1539. A trial, likely a mere formality, resulted in Whiting's conviction for robbing Glastonbury Church. On November 15, 1539, he and two monks, John Thorne and Roger James, were executed at Glastonbury Tor. They were hanged, drawn, and quartered, with Whiting's head displayed over the west gate of the deserted abbey and his limbs sent to Wells, Bath, Ilchester, and Bridgewater. The execution of Whiting and his companions was a brutal and public demonstration of royal power. The manner of their deaths, involving hanging, drawing, and quartering, was reserved for those convicted of high treason, signaling the severity of their supposed crimes. The display of Whiting's dismembered body parts served as a grim warning to others who might resist the king's policies. Beatification and legacy. Richard Whiting was beatified by Pope Leo XIII on May 13, 1895, recognizing him as a martyr of the Catholic Church. His beatification was part of a broader effort by the Church to honor those who had suffered and died for their faith during the Reformation. In 2023, the Roman Catholic Diocese of Clifton named a pastoral area in his honor, further cementing his legacy. The lives and deaths of Whiting, Thorne, and James are commemorated for their unwavering faith during one of the most challenging periods in English religious history. Whiting's martyrdom has had a lasting impact on the collective memory of Glastonbury and the broader Catholic community. His story is a testament to the enduring struggle for religious integrity in the face of political oppression. The recognition of Whiting as a martyr highlights the ongoing importance of religious freedom and the sacrifices made by those who stood firm in their beliefs. Broader historical context. Whiting's life and death must be understood within the broader context of the English Reformation, a period of profound religious, political, and social upheaval. The dissolution of the monasteries, initiated by Henry VIII and orchestrated by Thomas Cromwell, was a key component of the king's break with the Roman Catholic Church. This process involved the systematic closure and destruction of monastic institutions, the seizure of their assets, and the redistribution of their wealth to the crown and loyal nobility. The dissolution had far-reaching consequences, not only for the monks and nuns who were displaced but also for the communities that relied on monastic charity, education, and healthcare. The loss of these institutions created social and economic dislocation, contributing to unrest and resistance in various parts of the country. Henry VIII's religious policies were driven by a combination of personal, political, and financial motivations. His desire to annul his marriage to Catherine of Aragon was a key factor in his break with Rome. The king's need for money to fund his military campaigns and extravagant court lifestyle also played a significant role. The wealth of the monasteries, accumulated over centuries, presented an attractive target for royal expropriation. The legacy of Richard Whiting. Richard Whiting's steadfastness in the face of such overwhelming pressure stands as a powerful symbol of resistance to tyranny and the enduring power of faith. His story resonates as an example of the human cost of political and religious conflict, and his legacy continues to inspire those who value religious freedom and integrity. The memory of Whiting and his fellow martyrs is preserved in various ways. In addition to his beatification and the naming of a pastoral area in his honor, Glastonbury Abbey remains a site of historical and spiritual significance. Pilgrims and visitors come to reflect on the abbey's rich history and the sacrifices made by those who once lived and worshipped there. Conclusion. Richard Whiting's life encapsulates the tensions and transformations of 16th-century England. His steadfast commitment to his faith, even in the face of immense political pressure and personal peril, exemplifies the conflicts between ecclesiastical authority and the burgeoning power of the English monarchy. The dissolution of Glastonbury Abbey and Whiting's martyrdom marked the end of an era, symbolizing the profound changes that reshaped the religious landscape of England. Whiting's story remains a poignant reminder of the cost of faith and the enduring struggle for religious integrity. His legacy continues to be honored by those who remember the sacrifices made in the name of religious conviction and the preservation of spiritual heritage. Thanks for listening. Like and comment. And please subscribe, as that will help us get more videos out to those interested in the Middle Ages. See you next time on Medieval Chronicles 1066. Stay curious.
crucial trial of Thomas Cranmer in Tudor times. The trial of Thomas Cranmer stands out as one of the most significant events in Tudor history, not merely for its religious and political implications but for the enduring legacy it left on the English Reformation. Thomas Cranmer, the Archbishop of Canterbury, was a pivotal figure in the religious transformation of England. His trial, which began in 1555 under the reign of Queen Mary I, was a climactic moment that encapsulated the volatile interplay between faith, politics, and personal conviction. Let's explore the events leading up to Cranmer's trial, the trial itself, and its consequences, shedding light on why this moment was crucial in Tudor history. Background: Thomas Cranmer and the English Reformation. Thomas Cranmer, born in 1489, emerged as a key architect of the English Reformation. Appointed as the Archbishop of Canterbury in 1533 by King Henry VIII, Cranmer was instrumental in the king's quest for an annulment of his marriage to Catherine of Aragon, a decision that ultimately led to England's break from the Roman Catholic Church. Cranmer's theological views evolved over time, and he became a staunch supporter of Protestantism, endorsing reforms that promoted the Bible's translation into English and the adoption of new liturgical practices. Under King Edward VI, Cranmer's influence peaked as he introduced the Book of Common Prayer in 1549 and played a leading role in shaping the doctrine and direction of the Church of England. However, the death of Edward VI in 1553 marked a turning point. His successor, Mary I, a devout Catholic, sought to reverse her father's and brother's religious reforms, determined to restore Catholicism in England. Cranmer, as one of the Reformation's chief architects, found himself in a precarious position. His arrest and subsequent trial were almost inevitable in this charged atmosphere. The arrest and charges. Thomas Cranmer was arrested in September 1553, just weeks after Mary I ascended to the throne. He was initially confined in the Tower of London, accused of treason for supporting the Protestant Lady Jane Grey's brief claim to the throne. However, once the political charge of treason was set aside, Cranmer faced a more serious and ultimately fatal accusation: heresy. As a leader of the Protestant Reformation, Cranmer had openly defied the doctrines of the Catholic Church, particularly in areas like the Eucharist, where he denied the Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation. Mary I, who saw Cranmer as the very embodiment of Protestant heresy, was determined to make an example of him. The trial, proceedings and tactics. Cranmer's trial for heresy began in Oxford in 1555, alongside fellow reformers Nicholas Ridley and Hugh Latimer. The trial was not a straightforward judicial process, but rather a highly orchestrated spectacle aimed at discrediting Protestant reformers and vindicating Catholic orthodoxy. From the outset, Cranmer's conviction was virtually assured, his accusers were determined to condemn him, and the court was stacked with individuals loyal to Queen Mary and the Catholic cause. The prosecution focused heavily on Cranmer's theological writings, particularly his denials of key Catholic doctrines like the real presence in the Eucharist. The arguments were presented with the expectation that Cranmer would either recant his beliefs or face execution. Cranmer defended himself with eloquence and conviction, standing firm on his theological principles and rejecting the Catholic Church's authority. His arguments, rooted in scripture and reason, showcased his intellectual prowess and deep theological understanding, but they fell on deaf ears in a court that had no interest in a genuine debate. The recantations, a twist of fate. The trial took a dramatic turn when, under intense psychological pressure, isolation, and the threat of a painful death by burning, Cranmer unexpectedly recanted his Protestant beliefs in a series of documents signed between December 1555 and February 1556. This unexpected move has puzzled historians for centuries. Some speculate that Cranmer, a deeply reflective and conflicted man, genuinely wavered in his convictions. Others argue that Cranmer may have hoped to save his life, believing that a public recantation could provide an opportunity for further theological debate or even a reversal of the Queen's policies. However, Queen Mary was determined to make an example of Cranmer, regardless of his recantations. His conversion was seen as a hollow victory for Catholicism. Many believed he had recanted only under duress. Therefore, despite his public declarations of repentance, Mary ordered his execution. The final act, Cranmer's dramatic reversal. On March 21, 1556, Cranmer was brought to St. Mary's Church in Oxford for a final public act of penance before his execution. In a surprising and courageous twist, Cranmer chose this moment to dramatically retract all his recantations. Before a stunned audience, he reaffirmed his Protestant beliefs and denounced the Pope as an antichrist. He declared that his right hand, which had signed the recantations, would burn first in the flames as a symbol of his remorse and shame for his earlier weakness. Cranmer's bold stand left his Catholic adversaries in shock and demonstrated a final, unyielding commitment to his faith. As he was led to the stake, Cranmer held his right hand into the flames, fulfilling his promise, and died a martyr's death. This defiance at the end made his execution a powerful statement of Protestant resilience and inspired many who witnessed or heard of it. Consequences and legacy. Cranmer's trial and execution were meant to serve as a warning to other Protestant reformers. Instead, they became a rallying point for the Protestant cause in England. His death as a martyr symbolized the suffering and perseverance of the Protestant faith against what was perceived as the tyranny of a Catholic regime. His final recantation and bold declaration of faith were widely disseminated, serving to galvanize Protestants throughout the country and beyond. The trial of Thomas Cranmer also exposed the limitations of Mary's attempt to restore Catholicism. Rather than quelling Protestant sentiment, her persecution of leading reformers like Cranmer, Ridley, and Latimer only deepened the resolve of their followers. The trial highlighted the fragile nature of Mary's Catholic restoration, which relied heavily on coercion rather than genuine popular support. In the long run, Cranmer's martyrdom contributed significantly to the Protestant narrative of suffering and endurance that defined the Elizabethan era following Mary's death. When Elizabeth I ascended the throne in 1558, the memory of Cranmer's trial and execution was fresh, and it helped shape the religious settlement that solidified England's Protestant identity. Elizabeth's reign saw a return to many of Cranmer's reforms, including the Book of Common Prayer, which remains a foundational text in the Anglican tradition to this day. Thus, the trial of Thomas Cranmer was a pivotal moment in Tudor history, marking the intersection of personal conviction, religious conflict, and political power. His trial and execution underscored the turbulent nature of the English Reformation and the profound consequences it had for individuals caught in its crossfire. Cranmer's ultimate defiance, in the face of death, cemented his legacy as a martyr and a symbol of Protestant resistance. While Queen Mary sought to eradicate his influence, Cranmer's death instead ensured that his ideas and reforms would endure, shaping the course of English religious history for generations to come. Thanks for listening. Like and comment. And please subscribe, as that will help us get more videos out to those interested in the Middle Ages. See you next time on Medieval Chronicles 1066. Stay curious. infamous execution of William Spencer, a Tudor tragedy. The reign of the Tudors in England, marked by dramatic political shifts and ruthless religious reformations, is replete with stories of courage, betrayal, and tragic executions. Among these, the execution of William Spencer in 1589 stands out as a harrowing example of the tragic intersection between faith and politics. His death is not merely the story of a man condemned, but also an illustration of the deep ideological rifts that tore through England during the reign of Queen Elizabeth I. Let's explore the circumstances of Spencer's execution, the underlying political and religious motivations, and its significance in the broader context of Tudor England. The historical background. The Tudor dynasty's rule, especially under Henry VIII and Elizabeth I, was marked by severe religious upheaval. Following the English Reformation initiated by Henry VIII's break with the Catholic Church, England underwent a series of religious transformations that saw the country oscillate between Protestantism and Catholicism, depending on the ruling monarch's preferences. By the time Elizabeth I ascended the throne in 1558, England was firmly Protestant. However, a significant portion of the population remained loyal to Catholicism, and Elizabeth's policies reflected both her desire for stability and her determination to quash any religious dissent that might threaten her authority. During Elizabeth's reign, practicing Catholicism was not only frowned upon, but was increasingly considered a form of treason. The establishment of the Act of Supremacy in 1559 declared Elizabeth the supreme governor of the Church of England, effectively criminalizing any refusal to recognize her religious authority. This set the stage for a series of persecutions against those deemed recusants, individuals who refused to attend Anglican services or acknowledge the Queen's supremacy in spiritual matters. Who was William Spencer? William Spencer was a Catholic priest who lived in a time of intense persecution against his faith. Born into a Protestant family, Spencer converted to Catholicism in the 1580s, a decision that would seal his fate. After his conversion, he traveled to the continent to study theology and receive ordination as a priest. Upon his return to England in 1584, Spencer undertook the dangerous mission of ministering to underground Catholic communities, celebrating Mass, and providing the sacraments, acts considered highly treasonous by the state. In 1586, Spencer was captured along with other Catholic priests and laypeople who were sheltering them. His trial and subsequent execution took place during a period of heightened anxiety about Catholic conspiracies. The famous Babington plot of 1586, which sought to assassinate Elizabeth and replace her with the Catholic Mary, Queen of Scots, had just been uncovered. This event intensified the Crown's suspicion of Catholic clergy, whom they saw as agents of sedition and rebellion. The charges and trial. The charges brought against Spencer were grave and inevitable. As a Catholic priest, his very presence on English soil was deemed an act of high treason. The law under Elizabeth I stated that any Catholic priest ordained overseas and found in England was automatically guilty of treason. Spencer's trial was a mere formality. Despite his eloquent defense and calm demeanor, the outcome was predetermined. The jury found him guilty, and he was sentenced to die the horrific death prescribed for traitors, hanging, drawing, and quartering. The execution method itself was intended to serve as a brutal deterrent. It involved hanging the condemned until near death, disemboweling and emasculating him while still alive, and finally cutting his body into quarters. Such a spectacle was meant to instill fear and demonstrate the Crown's unwavering stance against any perceived threats. Spencer's composure during his trial and execution, however, made him a martyr in the eyes of many Catholics and further fueled the fires of religious discontent. The execution and its impact. William Spencer's execution on January 24, 1589, was a tragic spectacle. Reports of the event describe how Spencer, dressed in his priestly vestments, met his fate with remarkable courage and serenity. He refused to recant his faith and instead used his final moments to pray and offer forgiveness to those responsible for his death. Such courage in the face of unimaginable cruelty only served to elevate his status among Catholics, who saw his execution as a testament to the righteousness of their cause. The execution had far-reaching implications. For Elizabethan authorities, it was an assertion of the Crown's control over religious affairs and a warning to any who might think of defying the established Church. Yet, for English Catholics, it was a symbol of their oppression and a rallying point for continued resistance. Spencer's death became a poignant reminder of the costs of religious devotion in a country where faith and politics were inextricably intertwined. The broader context of Catholic persecution. Spencer's execution was not an isolated incident but part of a broader campaign of repression. Elizabeth's government, deeply suspicious of Catholic sympathizers, especially after the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588, launched a more aggressive crackdown on recusants and priests. Catholic worship was forced underground, and a network of spies and informers ensured that any suspected Catholic activity was swiftly reported and punished. The execution of Spencer and others like him also had international ramifications. Protestant England's harsh treatment of its Catholic subjects drew condemnation from Catholic powers such as Spain and the papacy. This contributed to the ongoing religious and political tensions between England and Catholic Europe, which would culminate in continued conflicts and plots against Elizabeth's life. Legacy and reflection. The execution of William Spencer remains a stark reminder of the brutal lengths to which Tudor England went to enforce religious conformity. His death was not just a tragedy for the man himself, but for a nation torn apart by religious division and intolerance. The legacy of Spencer and his fellow martyrs continues to be remembered, especially by those who view his execution as a testament to the power of faith and conscience against the might of the state. Ultimately, the story of William Spencer is more than a historical footnote. It is a powerful narrative of conviction in the face of persecution, a tragedy born of the clash between political power and personal belief. His execution, though intended to silence dissent, instead gave voice to the enduring struggle for religious freedom that would shape the centuries to come. Thanks for listening. Like and comment. And please subscribe, as that will help us get more videos out to those interested in the Middle Ages. See you next time on Medieval Chronicles 1066. Stay curious. Welcome to Medieval Chronicles 1066, where we delve deep into the fascinating world of the Middle Ages. Today, we explore the profound legacy of medieval monasticism and its enduring influence on society and culture. From humble beginnings, these monastic communities grew into powerful centers of faith, learning, and economic activity, shaping the very fabric of medieval life. Let's journey through the centuries to uncover the multifaceted roles monasteries played and their lasting impact on the world. Medieval monasticism began as a spiritual movement, with individuals seeking solitude and a closer connection to God. The early monks lived as hermits, dedicating their lives to prayer and contemplation. Over time, these solitary figures gathered into communities, forming the first monasteries. These monasteries soon became centers of learning, preservation of knowledge, and cultural hubs. The impact of monasticism extended far beyond their walls, influencing every aspect of medieval society. The evolution from solitary hermits to organized monastic communities marked a significant shift. Monastic rules, like those of Saint Benedict, provided structure and guidance, promoting communal living and shared responsibilities. This transformation laid the groundwork for monasteries to become influential institutions in the medieval world. Monasteries were the educational powerhouses of the medieval world. They preserved ancient texts, copied manuscripts, and educated future leaders. The monastic schools laid the foundation for the modern education system, influencing universities that emerged in the later Middle Ages. Monks were not only scribes but also teachers, passing on knowledge to novices and lay students alike. Their scriptoria, where manuscripts were meticulously copied, became the bedrock of medieval scholarship. The laborious process of copying manuscripts by hand ensured the survival of countless works of literature, philosophy, and science. Without the dedication of these monastic scribes, many classical texts might have been lost to history. The preservation and dissemination of knowledge were vital to the intellectual revival known as the Renaissance, which drew heavily on the texts safeguarded by monastic communities. The painstaking efforts of monks in preserving knowledge directly influenced the Renaissance, fueling the rebirth of art, science, and culture in Europe. The monastic dedication to learning and education laid the groundwork for the intellectual flourishing that followed. Monasteries were also economic engines. They managed vast tracts of land, engaged in agriculture, and produced goods like wine, beer, and textiles. Their economic activities provided employment and stimulated local economies, contributing to the growth of medieval towns and trade networks. Monasteries often became self-sufficient economic units, with extensive farms, mills, and workshops. The production of goods such as wine and beer became renowned, with monastic brews and vintages sought after far and wide. Monasteries were innovators in agricultural practices, introducing new crops and farming techniques that improved productivity. Their economic influence extended into trade, as monasteries played a crucial role in social welfare. They provided food and shelter to the poor, established hospitals, and offered sanctuary to travelers. Monastic communities were centers of cultural life, hosting festivals, and preserving local traditions through their writings and art. The charitable activities of monasteries helped alleviate the harsh conditions of medieval life, offering relief and support to those in need. The establishment of hospitals by monastic orders marked the beginning of organized healthcare in the West. These early hospitals cared for the sick and the poor, embodying the Christian values of compassion and charity. Monasteries also played a role in preserving and transmitting local folklore, music, and art, ensuring that cultural traditions were maintained and celebrated. The cultural contributions of monasticism were profound. Festivals organized by monasteries brought communities together, fostering a sense of unity and shared cultural identity. Through their artistic endeavors, monks preserved and enriched the cultural heritage of their societies. The architectural and artistic contributions of monasticism are monumental. Gothic cathedrals, with their soaring spires and intricate stained glass, were often built by monastic orders. The art of manuscript illumination flourished in monasteries, leaving us with beautifully decorated texts that are treasured today. The design and construction of these magnificent buildings showcase the ingenuity and skill of monastic builders. Illuminated manuscripts, adorned with intricate designs and vibrant colors, stand as a testament to the artistic achievements of monastic scribes and artists. These works not only served religious purposes but also became masterpieces of medieval art. Monastic gardens, carefully planned and maintained, provided herbs and medicinal plants, reflecting the monks' knowledge of botany and healing. Monastic gardens were not only places of beauty but also of practical importance. They supplied the herbs used in monastic hospitals, blending beauty with utility in a harmonious balance. The legacy of monastic artistry and architecture continues to inspire and awe us today. Despite their significant contributions, monasteries faced decline during the Reformation. Many were dissolved, and their lands confiscated. In England, this process was notably spearheaded by King Henry VIII, who dissolved the monasteries in the 16th century as part of his break with the Roman Catholic Church. The dissolution of monasteries led to the redistribution of their wealth and lands, dramatically altering the social and economic landscape of Europe. King Henry VIII's dissolution of the monasteries was driven by both religious and financial motives. By confiscating monastic lands and wealth, he significantly increased his own power and resources. This act led to the closure of hundreds of monastic institutions, the displacement of thousands of monks and nuns, and the loss of countless cultural and educational treasures. The dissolution of the monasteries had far-reaching consequences. The loss of these centers of education, charity, and culture was felt across England. Monastic lands were sold off to nobles and gentry. The story of medieval monasticism is one of transformation and perseverance. As we continue to study and appreciate their contributions, we gain a deeper understanding of the past and its influence on our present. Thank you for joining us on this journey through history. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment, and subscribe to Medieval Chronicles 1066. Dive deeper into the Middle Ages with our meticulously researched documentaries. Until next time, keep exploring the past to understand the present. By subscribing, you ensure you never miss an episode of our deep dives into medieval history. Your support helps us continue bringing you the stories of the past, told with detail and passion. Share your thoughts and suggestions in the comments below. We love hearing from our community of history enthusiasts. Saints' Day, celebrated on November 1st, emerged as a significant medieval Christian feast dedicated to honoring the saints who had attained heaven. In the Middle Ages, this feast held profound importance as it connected the devout with the holy figures of the past and served as a reminder of the saints' sacrifices, virtues, and steadfastness in faith. Originating from early Christian traditions to commemorate martyrs, the feast evolved over centuries, blending ancient customs with medieval religious practices to shape a day of solemn observance across Christendom. The roots of All Saints' Day stretch back to early Christian martyrs who died for their faith, particularly during the persecutions of the Roman Empire. As the list of martyrs grew, the Church struggled to celebrate each individual saint on a specific day. By the 4th century, the Eastern Christian Church began dedicating a single day to honor all martyrs collectively, often during Easter or Pentecost. This early tradition laid the foundation for what would become All Saints' Day. By 609 AD, Pope Boniface dedicated the Pantheon in Rome to the Virgin Mary and all martyrs, transforming the ancient Roman temple into a Christian church. In the 8th century, Pope Gregory III shifted the celebration to November 1st, marking it as a feast for all saints, not only martyrs, an observance that was later formalized across the Frankish Empire by Charlemagne and other rulers. In the medieval worldview, All Saints' Day held immense spiritual significance. The Church taught that the saints, through their holy lives and deaths, were exalted as intercessors and protectors for those still on earth. They embodied the virtues of sacrifice, piety, and loyalty to God, becoming heavenly advocates who could guide and protect believers from earthly trials. The medieval Church used this feast to remind the faithful of the virtues upheld by saints and martyrs, urging them to follow these examples and secure a place in heaven. The observance of All Saints' Day during the medieval period was accompanied by grand processions, masses, and prayers. In monasteries and cathedrals, the clergy chanted litanies of saints, calling upon the entire community of heavenly figures. Illuminated manuscripts, altarpieces, and relics were often displayed for veneration. In this era, relics played a central role in devotion, as they were believed to hold miraculous power and were objects of great reverence. Pilgrims would flock to holy sites to venerate relics, particularly on All Saints' Day, believing that contact with these sacred objects could bring blessings and protection. All Saints' Day also influenced medieval village life. It was a time when people would light candles on the graves of deceased loved ones, symbolizing the light of Christ and the hope of eternal life. These acts connected the living to the dead, bridging the realms through a common faith. All Saints' Day was closely followed by All Souls' Day on November 2nd, which focused specifically on praying for all departed souls, particularly those in purgatory. Together, these observances underscored the medieval Church's teachings on the afterlife, repentance, and the journey of the soul. In medieval England, the feast was known as All Hallows, and the evening before, All Hallows' Eve, became a night of both reverence and, at times, superstition. It was believed that the veil between the living and the dead was thinnest, leading people to take protective measures, such as lighting bonfires and keeping candles burning through the night. The feast became deeply embedded in local customs, reflecting the medieval synthesis of Christian and pre-Christian beliefs about death and the spirit world. All Saints' Day remained a day of reflection and celebration of virtue in medieval society. For the faithful, it was a powerful reminder of the community of saints, a collective of holy figures who had overcome the world and now served as both role models and protectors. Through liturgy, art, and community gatherings, medieval Christians drew strength and inspiration from the lives of the saints, reinforcing the values of faith, hope, and charity in a world often marked by hardship and uncertainty. Thanks for listening. Like, comment, and subscribe to Medieval Chronicles 1066 for more journeys back to the Middle Ages. Stay curious.
Spectamus fructus dies et nostros